Unperson, a Generation Loss AU and story, written, illustrated, and narrated by Mollish. Chapter 4, Infinity's Inception. Welcome back, patron of the arts. Continue from last save, level 3. Loading. Ding. The soft chime echoed slightly off of the vintage mahogany surfaces of the birdcage elevator's confined walls. With barely a sound, the latticed metal of the exterior scissor door slid aside, revealing a narrow hallway. The walls were all constructed with a smooth, dark wood. Swirling floral patterns and fractal shapes that were carved delicately into the oaken paneling blossomed out from between the thick beams holding the ceiling aloft. The floor was covered with a close-cropped carpet, patterned with squares of maroon and tarnished gold. Brass lighting fixtures hung from above, illuminating the space with a comforting amber glow. The sight of this silent and pristine space, which looked like something one might see if one stepped into the corridor of a swanky New York hotel after having traveled back a century in time, would have evoked a feeling of safety and warmth, had it not been presented to a seemingly blind audience. The vagabond and renegade sat on the floor of the elevator, backs against the far wall, staring at nothing. They'd been that way for almost a quarter of an hour, although the subjective passage of time made it feel more like an eternity. Charlie felt numb, drained, vacant. The guttural scream he had let out as soon as the doors of the elevator had closed on that frozen, unforgiving world filled with death and decay was indeed cathartic, but after the tsunami of emotions had passed through him, it felt like the waves had destroyed all that was left, leaving a blank canvas of nothing. His mind felt like it had been overloaded by memory and experience, causing it to short-circuit. His eyes were red, his throat raw and dry, but there were no more tears. He had none left to shed. It was Sneak who was the first to recover from the numbness. The soft, orange glow of the lights, coupled with the dark, low ceiling and the distinct lack of snow and ice, gradually made sensation return to his fingers, then his arms, his chest, and, eventually, his mind. For the first time in he didn't know how long, he felt warm. The renegade blinked the fog from his eyes, sniffed, and slowly rose to his feet with a grunt. As he did so, the pain in his right leg returned in full force. He didn't bother trying to mask the wince he made as he gingerly examined the heavily saturated scrap of cloth that was tied around the wound. He gritted his teeth as he leaned down to retrieve his rifle from the floor of the elevator and slung it back over his shoulder. After taking a moment to steel himself, Sneak reached a hand down to his friend. "Hey, man," he said, attempting to inject more life and optimism into his words than he truly felt. "It won't do us any good to stay here. Let's see if we can find out where we are and maybe get our hands on some water, too. I don't know about you, but I'm fucking parched." The vagabond's eyes focused at last. He looked up at Sneak, expression blank. When he spoke, his voice was raspy and filled with fatigue. "We died." Sneak didn't respond. Charlie pressed a hand to the breastplate of his salvaged military cuirass, right above his stomach. He dimly recalled the feeling of a surgical scalpel piercing right into his abdomen, vivisecting him like a lab rat. Then he remembered the feeling of living wires as they wormed their way under his skin, writhing like parasites. He moved his hand up and lightly touched his throat. He squeezed his eyes shut as his mind exhumed the memory of stiletto-like fangs piercing his skin and tearing out his windpipe, flooding the white world with red, followed by a canvas of black nothingness. He swallowed and took a shaky breath. When he opened his eyes again, he could tell that Sneak had also been recalling his own slew of harrowing experiences. "We did," came the renegade's quiet response. Charlie looked straight ahead again, his mind racing. At least we got to remain human. His eyes returned to the face of his friend. But why didn't they? The numbness was beginning to recede, gradually being replaced by anger. Charlie's brow furrowed. What did the others do to deserve this? What does Shofal want from us? He wrung his hands together, shaking his head. What's the point of this fucking game we're in? Who's being entertained by this? Why put us through hell and then force us to turn on each other? Charlie's anger was beginning to boil, bubbling into a white-hot fury. He slammed a fist into the elevator wall behind him. His voice cracked with emotion. Whose fucking idea was this? I was forced to hurt my friends, and for what? What does driving a dagger through Rand's hands and shooting Nikki in the face accomplish for you? He stumbled to his feet and whirled around, looking feverishly about for some hidden camera he was certain was monitoring his every move. Fucking answer me! I know you're watching. Is our suffering funny to you? He threw his arms out to the sides. Are you not entertained? Sneak grabbed Charlie's shoulders to stop him from spinning. I know you're angry, he hissed, glancing at the empty hallway. But we need to be more cautious until we figure out where we are. We don't know who or what may be listening. Charlie seethed through gritted teeth. Evidently they are, he gesticulated wildly. Showfall, or whatever the fuck they're called, and their sick, sadistic audience. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white and shaking. Sneak tried again to make him listen. But we don't know what else is out there. We've still got to survive and find a way out of this game. You've escaped from a zombie Soviet-filled gulag. I've killed a bunch of cyborg guys. We've both faced off against rampaging monsters wearing our friends' faces. He pointed to the space right behind him. And we don't have the slightest idea what other delightful creatures could be down that hallway. Until we're out, until we're free, we need to keep calm and figure out a plan of action. Keep calm, Charlie parroted. Keep fucking calm? He shouldered himself away from Sneak's grasp. Nikki was shot, twice, was somehow reanimated into a half-robot fish woman, and is now dead again. Ranbu, whose head I saw get crushed like a grape right in front of me while I couldn't do anything, now has knives for hands, a bear trap for a face, and nearly tore us to pieces Jurassic Park style just now. You fell through a portal, multiple portals from other worlds, and I somehow speak Russian now, all because we're living inside of a video game. I fucking guess. How the fuck am I supposed to keep calm? Charlie, Sneak said with more force, we need to keep our heads cool if we want to survive this. I'm angry too. I'm hurt too. I was locked in a cage in a basement for months next to a decomposing corpse. He couldn't stop himself from raising his own voice, who I even arbitrarily named Frank and conversed with in an effort to stop myself from losing my goddamned mind. At this point, he paused to take a breath in an effort to regain composure. And all I want to do is punch a hole through the wall. Or, even better, through the face of whoever orchestrated this fucking nightmare. He looked away for a second, his voice catching. And I miss Hannah, he said quietly. I want to go home. Sneak wiped his eyes and placed a hand on Charlie's shoulder again. I want to help the others. I do. But right here, right now, we need to gain our bearings and escape this hellhole. As soon as we're safe, actually safe, we can figure out what to do about the ones responsible for this. We can't help the others if we're dead. He's right. We've got to find a way out of here. Then we can get someone to help. Hopefully someone more qualified to deal with a massive villainous entertainment business with the power of interdimensional travel and seemingly unlimited monsters at their disposal. Like the FBI. Or MIB. Charlie took a deep breath and unclenched his fists. Yeah, he nodded. Yeah, okay. He shook out his hands and rolled his neck, reminding himself of the 3 ports lining his spine in the process to get rid of whatever unspent rage energy was left in his system. He caught a glance at Sneak's leg, and his expression softened with concern. Let's get a move on, then. We need to redress that leg, too. He cracked a smile in an attempt to lighten the mood. I don't think you're winning any marathons anytime soon. Sneak returned the smile, but it lacked any warmth. Hopefully we won't run into any monsters then, he said grimly. Charlie shared the same thought. He checked the pouches on his belt and cursed silently. I'm low on ammunition as well. Hopefully I won't have to use the Mauser again soon. He patted the hilt of his combat knife. At least we still have ye old stabby stick. And our heads. That's always a plus. He took a step out of the elevator and for the first time really looked, at the hallway that stretched out in front of him. Where the hell are we? This certainly isn't Soviet-era Russia, he said, scrutinizing the intricate carvings on the ceiling and amber light fixtures. Looks like a cramped version of the Plaza Hotel straight out of Gatsby. Huh? Gatsby. The Great. No response. F. Scott Fitzgerald? Dr. Eckelberg's Big Baby Blues staring into your soul from afar? Ominous green light and all that jazz? Sneeg stared at him. Are you talking about that classic that everyone had to read in high school? Charlie grinned. Yeah. The renegade shook his head and couldn't help but chuckle a little. You could have just said it looks like we're in a building from the 20s, man. Charlie waved away the comment. So not only are we dimension hopping, but time traveling too? Or this place is just old. That's probably the more rational conclusion. With all that we've seen, I wouldn't rule it out. That would be the least surprising thing we've discovered in the last 2 days. Charlie reached up and brushed a finger along the edge of one of the brass light fixtures. And look! He held his finger in front of Sneeg's face. No dust. Maybe they're just really intense about cleaning. Guess we won't know for sure until we investigate further. Onwards! Well, nothing can make him forget about the events of the past few days. Weeks, hell, months, and relieve him of that feeling of desolation that seemed to cling to him like the smell of smoke from a campfire. The silly little exchange did make Charlie feel a bit more like a person again. Maybe, just maybe, we will survive this. We've gotten this far, after all. The two walked in silence for a while down the hallway, stopping occasionally to rattle a handle or listen at a keyhole, but were met only with locked doors and stillness in whatever rooms may have been beyond. The space was eerie, liminal in a way. The lights were all on, and, as Charlie had observed, everything was in pristine condition. There were no windows, so it was impossible to tell if they were above or below ground. It certainly didn't look abandoned. Empty, yes, but not neglected. But aside from their own muffled footfalls on the carpet and the faint buzz of the lights, not a sound could be heard. That changed when they reached the end of the corridor, after following the path around several bends. Their passage forward was blocked by an old door made of beautiful dark oak, carved in a similar style to the panels above, and ornamented with a brass floral inlay. The knob, also brass, shone like it had been recently polished. Behind the door emanated a muffled, jazzy tune. The tinny sound of a trombone sounded almost like it was trying to mimic human laughter. Charlie carefully tried the doorknob and found that it turned with ease. He glanced back at Sneeg and placed a cautious hand on his combat knife. After receiving a nod, he pushed the door open ever so slightly and peeked inside. The walls, ceiling, carpet, and general decor were very similar to the hallway they just came from, but the room was much more expansive than expected. 2 sets of stairs sloped downward, allowing access to several rows of red velveteen chairs opening out onto a wooden proscenium. Hanging a little farther back was a grand drape of thick maroon and gold-threaded fabric, out from which the edge of a table protruded slightly. The general setup looked like a combination between a lavish cabaret stage and a black-box theater. Against one of the back walls sat a vintage gramophone set atop a small table. From its great, blossoming mouth poured the music Charlie had heard from behind the door. Aside from the rotation of the record, which spun under the gramophone's needle, the room was still. Charlie walked closer to examine the record. Wabash Blues, the spinning surface read. Upon reaching the table supporting the massive base of the gramophone, he noticed a black tin box laying underneath it. He dragged it out to find Johnson's No. 1 First Aid Cabinet containing articles for accident emergency use, printed on the lid in red and gold lettering, with a bright red cross displayed squarely in the center. Well, that's oddly convenient. I suppose it's a legal requirement for every public venue to have some medical supplies at hand. But wait, why the hell would they care about legal first aid requirements if they're killing people for fun? But if this place really is just old, maybe the kit's just been left to sit here for years. Why, though? And why keep everything in such a good condition for nobody to use this space? Hey, Sneeg called using a stage whisper, snapping Charlie out of his thoughts. You should see this. Coming, Charlie called back as he picked up the tin case by its handle, finding it a lot heftier than he expected. At least I know it's definitely not empty. He turned to see that Sneeg had rested his rifle against the opposite wall and was scrutinizing a set of framed posters and newspaper clippings hanging along that side of the room. Charlie picked up the box and joined him across the theater. I found you a first aid kit here, too. The stuff might be a little out of date, but whatever's left will still be better than that sad excuse for a bandage I gave you ages ago. The display appeared to be arranged in chronological order. The first image was a vintage theater poster with bold white and black lettering hovering around illustrations bursting with burnt oranges and emerald greens. Rufus Powell presents A Mild Sunset, a new live production starring rising star Adam McFall at the underground Infinity's Aperture Theater, opening Friday, May 24th, 1920. A tagline at the bottom of the poster read, "Human connection is the heart of all good entertainment." Charlie furrowed his brow in thought. Never heard of either of these guys. Or the theater, for that matter. He glanced at the stage. I suppose this place is the underground theater. It would explain the lack of windows. He turned to the next frame, this time containing a newspaper clipping. 1930. Renowned underground New York theater, Infinity's Aperture, suffers amid economic crisis and lets go of a number of talented staff to cut costs. Rumors have arisen of the venue doubling as a speakeasy so as to stay afloat, but are vehemently denied by owner Rufus Powell. No proof of the accusations has yet been found. Looks like the Great Depression hit them pretty hard, said Sneeg. Evidently the business survived somehow, though, if this place is still standing. Charlie moved on to another clipping, this one dating from late 1933. The headline read, "Prohibition ends at last," but Charlie's eyes were drawn to a small subsection in the corner of the paper that was circled in red ink. The sudden and tragic death of Rufus Powell, the owner of renowned underground theater Infinity's Aperture, has been made public. Powell had no close relatives, and acquaintances were shocked to find that ownership of the venue had been passed, through an official statement signed by Powell himself relinquishing ownership to this particular individual in the event of his death, to actor Adam McFall, whom Infinity's Aperture had to let go several years prior due to financial troubles. The future of the theater is uncertain. Hanging next to this clipping was another theatrical poster, although the colors on this one were significantly less gaudy than the first. Adam McFall presents Fractal Mirror, a new production starring rising star Evelyn Campbell at the underground McFall Theater, formerly Infinity's Aperture, opening Sunday, July 29th, 1934. The new tagline at the bottom read, "Look into Infinity." Huh. Looks like our actor friend here became the new director. Certainly a shift in tone of the productions, Charlie thought. In the center of the poster was a slender young woman with a bronze complexion and a mane of short, spiral-curled black hair, most likely Evelyn, surrounded by shattered glass, depicting various distressing scenes of war in each shard. Even though it was just an illustration, the anguish painted in her eyes was almost tangible. He shifted his eyes to the third newspaper clipping, dated in May of 1939. Massive success of New York's esoteric underground McFall Theater, formerly known as Infinity's Aperture, is attributed to the innovations of the venue's owner, Adam McFall, who acquired the business in 1933. The theater attracts large audiences whose interests lie in the macabre and tragic arts, as the theater's original productions prioritize the showcasing of the darker side of the human experience, to quote McFall's green but enthusiastic apprentice director, Hector Anderson. McFall and Anderson's productions feature the talents of a small yet beloved cast, ranging from familiar faces such as Evelyn Campbell to new blood such as Jeremy Albertson. Charlie squinted at the newspaper, which showed 3 tiny black-and-white headshot photos alongside the article. The first was of a man with closely cropped hair and a pale, gaunt face he did not recognize, most likely depicting Adam. The second was evidently Evelyn, as the likeness between the photo and the illustration on the previous poster was too close to be a coincidence. Upon scrutinizing the third photo, Charlie did a double take. Holy shit, is that? Sneeg's eyes widened. That's the fucking puzzler! He was right. The cheekbones, chin, and nose were certainly less cartoonishly prominent than they had been in the warehouse, but Charlie could tell that some way, somehow, it was the same man. Not just a relative. There was something in the eyes of the photograph that gave it away. But that's impossible. He'd have to have been something like 100 years old when we saw him in the warehouse, Sneeg said, dumbfounded. Charlie tried to rationalize the situation. He was obviously wearing some kind of FX makeup. Maybe it was to cover up his age? No fucking way. That fucker was strutting around like a rooster on crack. He should be dead at that age, or at the very best completely bedridden and senile. Something really weird is happening here. Maybe the last 2 frames will have some answers. The penultimate newspaper clipping was from 2 years later in 1941. Owner and prime director of the enigmatic McFall Theatre, Adam McFall, has announced that Hector Anderson, his apprentice, would be standing in for him as interim director and manager of the theatre following McFall's mandatory war draft. Below the announcement was another small photo. When he saw it, his blood felt like ice had been injected directly into his bloodstream. Hetch. That's Hetch's face. The man who orchestrated this whole fucking thing. Who forced his friends to hurt him, and him to hurt them in return. Who prevented him from reaching Rambo in time to stop the box from closing on his head and piercing his skull with those rusted iron fangs. Who took whatever shred of memory was left in the bloodied corpses of his friends and turned them into monsters, all for the sick entertainment of some nameless audience. Showcasing the darker side of the human experience, my ass. More like making the human experience as fucking miserable as inhumanly possible. Charlie could feel the anger inside of him beginning to rise to a boil once more, and tightened his grip on the handle of the antique first aid kit in an attempt to keep his cool. He shifted his gaze onto the last clipping on the wall, dated near the end of 1945. To the relief of many fervent fans, famed actor and director Adam McFall returns home to New York after being rescued from a German research facility, miraculously safe and sound. To the immediate dismay and confusion of those same fans, however, McFall announced the immediate closure of McFall Theatre's doors, in spite of record profits under the leadership of interim director Hector Hetch Anderson. Rumors have been spreading that McFall has purchased the buildings and land in the immediate surrounding area of the city, although there are understandably many skeptics given the incredibly high cost of such an arguably senseless operation. No one can hazard a guess as to why McFall has made such a decision regarding the operation of the theatre, and he declines to make a statement. The fate of McFall's productions, as well as that of its talented staff, remains a mystery. Charlie stared at the wall in silence for a few moments. Well, that answers that. McFall Theatre is evidently still standing, we're in it now, and was not demolished by some other buyer. If Hetch and the Puzzler have somehow survived since then, why not Adam? Is he still here somewhere too? How long have they been doing this to people? Charlie asked, his voice quiet with horror. These experiments. How many others have suffered like we have? If they've been doing this kind of shit to people since the theater closed to the public, then it's at least 70 years or so. 70 years of torture. He shook his head and swallowed his anger. Sneeg folded his arms and tore his gaze away from the wall of frames. There's no use speculating, Charlie, he sighed wearily. There's still a lot we don't know, and I don't even know how much of the information we do have is information we can trust. He walked a few paces down the aisle and rested his hand on one of the velveteen-backed chairs. All of this feels far too convenient. No, that's not the right word. Staged. He turned back around to face the vagabond. The medkit? All these expositional posters? The lack of a single speck of dust anywhere? It feels planned. It feels like we're still inside a game. The thought was one Charlie had considered before, but didn't want to speak the idea out loud for fear of it being true. He said nothing, and instead wandered down past the rows of chairs to the proscenium. The grand curtain was made of a thick and vibrant fabric, and the wood on the stage floor was polished to a shine. If it hadn't been for the circumstances, he would have loved to have actually seen a show performed here. Shakespeare, or something. Or perhaps even some shitty stand-up comedy. That would have also sufficed. He carefully set the first aid case onto the floor at his feet. It was a bit tiresome to hold it up for so long, and walked over to the edge of the table that jutted out from the center of the stage. The curtain was clearly draping over something on top of it, covering it from the view of the absent audience. After a quick glance to Sneeg, who had cautiously joined him on the stage, Charlie gingerly peeled back the curtain. Lying on the table was what appeared to be an oversized machine of some kind. It looked like a strange amalgamation of a massive vintage bellows camera, the kind with a long, ribbed neck made out of tinted leather, and an old 35mm hand-cranked silent film camera, complete with a large, two-chambered magazine mounted on the side of the box-like base. An antique-looking industrial floodlight with interlocking metal wires covering the bulb, presently switched off, was attached firmly to the top of the contraption. The large lens at the end of the bellows portion was covered by a brass cap. Cautiously, Charlie motioned to remove it. Upon removing the cap, the faint jazz melody that had been playing on loop in the background suddenly crackled and skipped, causing the gramophone to emit the same half-bar of music over again several times before the tune began to distort, slow, and then fade away entirely. Charlie jumped at the sound of the distorted trumpet, dropping the cap as he whirled around to look back at the gramophone, as did Sneeg. That was a mistake. As soon as they had turned to face the absent audience, Charlie heard another sound, the metallic screech of a massive piece of machinery dragging across the surface of a wooden table, combined with something akin to the low rumbling of an elephant. Charlie froze like a hare upon noticing a fox on the prowl. The blood drained from his face as he turned his head ever so slowly to look back over his shoulder. In place of a camera lens, a singular bloodshot eye stared back at him, unblinking. The tiny black pupil in the middle of the misty gray-blue iris contracted even further into a minuscule point as it veered down at the terrified visages of the vagabond and renegade standing petrified before it. For a few agonizing seconds, the world was still, and a heavy silence filled the theater. Then, the floodlight atop the monstrous camera snapped on with a loud electrical fizzing, hitting Charlie's eyes like a flashbang. He cried out, squeezed his eyes shut, and defensively raised his hands to cover his head as he stumbled backwards, but none of that seemed to help to disperse the blinding whiteness that completely covered his vision for the next few moments. As he rapidly blinked and slowly managed to recover his sight, he could just make out the shape of a long, spindly arm as it crept over the table, followed by another. Two large, clawed hands landed by their knuckles on the pristine wooden floor, like those of a massive, hairless orangutan. As the abomination lumbered slowly and silently forwards, with its spotlight trained directly on him, Charlie caught sight of a few scraps of green and white striped fabric poking out from underneath the mechanical portion of the monstrosity, clinging to its emaciated chest and arms, what could have possibly been the remnants of an old jacket. "Sneeg," he hissed, "now would be a good time to shoot it!" Beside him, Sneeg's voice faltered. My rifle's on the other side of the room." "Shit, and I barely have any shots left. Better to use them and survive now than conserve them and die running." In a panic, Charlie fumbled in his pouch to grab a hold of his last 10-round clip as he continued to back up carefully to the edge of the proscenium. When he finally grasped it, he pulled back the charging handle on his pistol, fed the cartridges into the magazine, raised it up towards the floodlight, and pulled the trigger. He had anticipated the sound of exploding glass, as well as some kind of monstrous screech, but what he didn't expect was for the latter to come from several different directions at once. "Run!" Sneeg yelled as he turned tail and began to flee up the stairs towards the door they entered from. The abomination didn't flinch or make a noise as the destroyed bulb of its floodlight fizzled out, but continued to move slowly and steadily forward. A cacophony of screeching and hissing, as well as what sounded like the thundering of many, many feet inside the walls, grew closer and closer with each passing second. Charlie didn't wait to see what would happen when it reached him. He grabbed the medical kit from where he had left it on the floor and leapt off the stage, making for Sneeg's rifle. Just before he could reach it, a vent above him that he hadn't noticed before suddenly exploded outwards into the room, hitting the gramophone with a crash and crushing it completely. Faster than Charlie could process, several dark shapes streamed out from the open vent and nimbly fell to the floor. Rats. Human-sized rats, clad in moth-bitten vests that barely contained their hulking anthropomorphic bodies. From underneath their seemingly uniform dark and frayed trousers, long and hairless tails swept back and forth erratically along the ground like headless snakes. The first one to drop between him and the renegade's abandoned rifle fixed its beady black eyes on Charlie, peering out from patches of taut and furless skin that surrounded its deep-set eye sockets. Its small pink nose and tangled whiskers twitched above a pair of razor-sharp teeth, and an oily black mane poked out from behind a pair of large, rounded ears. Charlie considered fighting it for the rifle for a second, but quickly dropped the idea upon hearing a second vent on the opposite side of the room pop out and shatter one of the poster frames. Without turning to look, he could hear more rats as they began to pour out of the new opening. He ran. It wasn't long before he caught up with Sneeg, who was heavily impeded by his wounded leg, and had paused a little ways down the hall to catch his breath and wait for his friend. That was Vinny's jacket, Sneak yelled as Charlie came into view. What? Vinny! His head was crushed by an anvil back in the warehouse while Key Ran and I were trying to steal a diamond. What? Shuffle must have done to him what they did to Nikki and Ran. I don't want to even begin to imagine what they did with Ethan and Austin. When he caught up to the renegade, Charlie stuffed his pistol back into its holster, grasped a tighter hold on the medkit with one hand, and supported his companion with the other. We've got other problems to worry about right now. RUS are swarming behind us in droves. Huh? Rodents of unusual size, Charlie yelled as he tried to pull Sneak down the hallway at a faster pace. You're making Princess Bride references while we're running for our lives? Sneak shouted in disbelief, evidently pained. It helps me to cope, Charlie screamed back as he heard the thunderous sound of the horde of rats gaining ground behind them. Another vent just behind them burst from the wall, smashing into a light fixture. Just shut up and run! They rounded the last corner and saw the strange birdcage elevator at the end of the corridor. Charlie pushed Sneak forward and whirled back around with his pistol at the ready in one fluid motion. Grab the key while I hold them off. On it. The cacophony of squeaking and jostling creatures crashed around the corner like a tidal wave. Charlie managed to headshot the first two unlucky rats that showed their gnashing teeth around the bend, but there were simply too many others moving too quickly for him to attempt to shoot the rest. Now, Sneak! An arm grabbed him around the middle of his cuirass and dragged him backwards into the elevator. Once again, the scissor door slammed shut just in time. Breathing heavily, Charlie turned to see Sneak jab one of the many buttons on the side panel. As the inner mahogany slab began to close, he caught sight of the eye of the lumbering abomination that he had once known as Vinny peering directly at him down the hallway. As soon as the inner door had closed, the shrill noise outside was cut off completely, and the floor shuddered as Charlie felt the elevator begin to rise once more. They're getting away! The devourer slammed its weight again and again against the interlocking brass of the birdcage elevator's scissor door and tore at it with its clawed hands to no avail. It lunged and gnawed with all of its strength, but still the stubborn metal would not budge. How the hell is this thing so strong? It should have collapsed into a pile of scrap by now. He gave one final bellow of frustration before falling back on his haunches, breathing heavily from the wasted exertion. As his adrenaline ebbed away, the ceaseless snowstorm buffeted him from all sides with winds that felt more like icy waves, draining Rambo of all of the warmth that remained in his body. If it weren't for the ominous red glow of the obscure and out-of-place cast-iron street lamp beside him, and the strips of scarlet light on the panels of his mask, the world would have been cast in complete darkness. Both his own tracks and those left by his quarry were now completely covered up by the torrent of fallen snow, and he couldn't see more than the few feet in front of him that the lamp would allow. What am I going to do now? As the biting cold set in, he became acutely aware of the growing pain in the space between his neck and his shoulder where he had been bitten in his confrontation with the undead Nuclev creature. He winced as he pulled himself to his feet again, moved slowly back towards the elevator, and slumped down with his back against it in defeat. Without even attempting to look at it, he could tell the flesh around the bite was becoming necrotic. I'll die out here. Yes, you might. Rambo closed his eyes and rested his head back against the metal lattice. Now that his adrenaline was depleted, the sheer exhaustion from his past flights, the fall from the waterfall, and recovering from yet another near-death experience finally caught up to him. On top of that, his stomach decided to make him acutely aware of how empty it was by growling at him. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, he laughed. Granted, it sounded more like the revving of an old chainsaw than a mammalian expression of joy, but it was a laugh, nonetheless. What's so funny? The laugh devolved into a fit of mechanical coughing. Nothing. Just the notion that it might be tetanus and fatigue rather than getting my head crushed in a saw trap or falling off of a cliff that finally finishes me off. He opened his eyes again and awkwardly shifted his head to try and examine the wound more closely. The tissue immediately around the circular hole where the bloodworm-like fangs had burrowed into him was devoid of sensation and had turned a sickly purple, so dark it was almost black. The flesh directly connected to it was bright red and inflamed, and with every beat of his heart it throbbed with an intense pain. He rolled his shoulder ever so slightly and grimaced as a yellowish, foul-smelling fluid began to seep from the bite. My, now that looks rather rancid, A familiar voice crackled from the darkness, possibly from a hidden speaker somewhere nearby. Rambo jumped, and the lights on his mask flickered. So close, but yet oh so far. Those two you were so eagerly trailing after like a bloodhound have already proceeded to the next level. If you want to have a hope of catching your quarry, you'd better get a move on before the gangrene gets you first. Hetch mocked him from afar. Rambo rose up onto his hind legs and kept his left arm clutched limply to his chest in an effort to keep the movement in the muscles around the wound to a minimum while he searched for where the sound was coming from. Where the hell is he watching me from? I haven't found any cameras since I left the surgical ward. How can he see me? I bet you're wondering how we've been able to keep track of you in this snowstorm. Alas, a magician never reveals his secrets. Well, some of them, anyway. It's enough to know that the eyes of Showfall are infinite. And with entertainment as engaging as this has been, at least up until you started sulking here, who would want to look away? The Devourer arbitrarily decided the director's voice was emanating from the lamppost, opened the panels of its mask slightly to bare its many rows of pointed teeth, and growled up at it. A bored sigh issued from the presumably hidden speaker. We've been through this song and dance before. I rile you up, you yap at me like a vexed chihuahua, I rile you up some more, you commit some atrocities, yada yada yada. So let's just skip to the action, shall we? Rambo was about to try climbing the pole of the lamppost in order to get to the light, like some kind of vengeful moth, when a dulcet ding stopped him. Your ride's here. Better get a move on. The elevator's external brass lattice and interior darkwood door slid back and opened to reveal a warmly lit and inviting mahogany interior. The Devourer paused. Well? How do I know if I can trust it to take me to the right place? You don't. But it's either this or going all the way back to the lab in the middle of this snowstorm. Hurry it up, or you'll lose your chance to catch up to them. The director crowed at him with the melodic yet commanding tone of a kindergarten teacher lecturing a group of 5-year-olds about the importance of sharing. Don't make me zap you again. The abomination grumbled. Fine. Creepy mystical elevator it is. He limped slowly inside and sat down in the middle of the floor, hunched like a gargoyle on a rooftop. Good. Now don't dawdle or stray too far. Remember yourself. Rambo scrutinized the row of buttons on a panel on the wall next to the elevator's doorway. Which one do I press? You have no way of knowing which button those drones picked, or which floor they're on now. Just choose one and check it out. He extended one of his long, scythe-like talons and gingerly pressed the one with a number 4 embossed on its surface. As the doors closed, Hetch's voice drifted in one last time. Bye-bye now. I'll be seeing you in the flesh again soon enough. Oh, and mind the staff. Some of them bite. Well, that's encouraging. As soon as the doors shut completely, the roaring sound of the winds outside halted immediately, and the elevator shuddered to life. Rambo couldn't hazard a guess as to how it was possible, but he could feel the sensation of inertia as the structure began to rise. The Devourer sat in silence for about 5 minutes, arguably far too long a time for a reasonable elevator trip. At least it's warm in here, and there's no smooth jazz. I think that would have been the last straw for me. Elevator music? Not all the death, destruction, body horror, and general loss of psychophysical autonomy? Nope. Elevator music for sure. With another ding, the interior mahogany door slid back. Instead of being met with the antique brass of the familiar external scissor door, Rambo was caught off guard by his own distorted reflection in the spotless stainless steel of what looked like a modern medical or industrial door. He'd seen his altered visage before in the frigid waters of the stream shortly after his mind had split, but the mere sight of himself still set off a primal fight-or-flight response that he had to internally subdue. Still a monster, huh? A weapon. One you can still use to your advantage if you play your cards right and get moving. Right. Now prepare yourself. You don't know what's on the other side of that door. Rambo got to his feet and firmly planted all 4 of his extremities on the ground so as not to appear as wounded as he felt. The steel door slid back to reveal a very expansive space, its high walls and ceiling covered in pristine white PVC, broken up only by the gray stainless steel of more doors leading to who knows where. The space was lit up by almost blindingly bright LED lights, and there was a distinct absence of windows. It looked almost like the three-way chimeric offspring of an airport terminal, an industrial warehouse, and a medical ward. And it was utterly empty. Cautiously, the devourer peeked around the edge of the elevator and surveyed both directions, scanning for surveillance cameras. Surprisingly, he found none, or at least none that he could see. The whole hallway curved slightly, blocking Rembu from seeing either end of the massive corridor, but he couldn't detect any visual or audible signs of life either. He cracked open his mask slightly to taste the air and was greeted by a great waft of nothing, with a side of mild citrusy cleaning agent. Well, that's different. Indeed, endless cold whiteness replaced by endless room temperature whiteness. At least it's not splattered in red for a change. Point taken. He picked a direction at random and slowly prowled onwards, keeping himself close to the wall so as not to be taken by surprise. As silent as he tried to be, he couldn't prevent the metallic clicking of his claws from echoing around the massive empty space. After a minute or so, a much larger doorway, almost the size of one belonging to an airplane hangar, came into view. Painted in Vantablack on the opposite far wall was a massive Showfall logo. Above the doorway itself was a sign with large block letters reading, Anathema, Anthrobionicus Cyborg number 026. Cyborg? Like those people in sci-fi movies who get their limbs replaced by cool robot parts? Like yourself, you mean? Rembu hadn't actually considered that. Yeah, I guess. He was suddenly struck by a disorienting emotional cocktail of fear, anger, and hope, much like he had felt upon first coming across the trail of blood back in the snow. What if my friends are in there, being turned into one of whatever I am? You'd better decide quickly what you'll do if they are. He had only considered the option of saving them before they could be transformed into monstrosities like himself, but what if they were already beyond saving? He shook his head and steeled himself. I need to see if they're even in there first. Swallowing his anxiety, Rembu crept closer to the massive doorway and peeked inside. His heart simultaneously sank and was also filled with relief. This was quickly followed by confusion and, subsequently, a mild curiosity. Standing completely motionless, in perfect formation, were countless rows upon rows of identical copies of the world's most cliché-looking cyborg. None of them reacted to the devourer's presence. Rembu stepped closer to examine the one closest to him. It was a man of about 6 feet in height, with a complicated-looking robotic power arm and half a face that looked like a shameless rip-off of the Terminator. He was dressed in a skimpy tank top and tattered jeans, a very 80s look, like he came straight from starring in an off-brand Rambo film. To his surprise, the non-robotic parts of the cyborg were definitely organic, and not made of plastic or silicon like he'd expected, given that it didn't give off the scent of being alive at all, just more overwhelming nothingness. Rembu glanced at the others. They were all sporting the same outfit, had exactly the same expression, and even wore the same hairstyle which fell identically over their Xeroxed faces. They all stared forward, unblinking, not acknowledging him at all. Well, that's unnerving. Suddenly, a single chime sounded, and a light flashed blue in the corner of the room. Over many, many speakers echoed an announcement from the corridor outside, with a voice similar to that of an automated subway operator. Replacements needed for Cyborg number 026 in Anathema Annihilation Level 1, iteration number 7783026 in the following locations: B7, B8, B82, C5, and C23. The next moment, Rembu heard the sound of footsteps further down the hallway. Crap, I'd better hide. It was too late to leave the room he was in, and so he opted to press himself into one of the back corners as far away from the warehouse opening as possible. He couldn't see them from his current position, as the bodies of the cyborgs were all packed too tightly together, but he could hear the sound of an estimated 3 people entering the room. Rembu strained his ears. They didn't speak a word, but through the sound of their coordinated movements, he could tell that they had to be either communicating in some non-verbal fashion, or that this was a routine operation that had simply become so efficient so as not to require any vocal interaction. A series of faint beeps and a whir of machinery implied that some of the cyborgs had been woken up. They'll probably take them to wherever Anathema Annihilation Level 1 is. The announcement listed a bunch of locations. Maybe Anathema Annihilation is the name of another facility, and Level 1 is the first floor? Bit of a strange name for a building, though. Rambu tensed as he heard the footsteps come closer, rather than exiting the warehouse room as he had anticipated. Shit! Did they hear me? I haven't made any noise. Did they detect me using some other means? He shrank back as low to the ground as he could, but the footsteps weren't in any particular rush, or betrayed any sign of caution. Maybe they haven't seen me yet. But why are they coming back here? There's nothing here but more idle clones. As the group drew closer, the Devourer couldn't help but passively pick up their organic scent. Whoever these people are, they're not like these cyborgs. They're alive. Really alive. The smell of fresh blood, even though it was not yet spilt, was enough to remind the Devourer how famished it was. Not now. Not now. The figures came into view. Each was of varying height and build, but all were dressed in a familiar ebony suit uniform. The Devourer's heartbeat grew faster upon seeing their identical white masks, bearing no features save for the Shofall logo. There's only 3 of them, and they look unarmed. But I don't know that, and they could raise an alarm. Rambu fought with himself to stay as still and silent as possible. The leading Shofall drone reached into the inner pocket of her blazer jacket and drew out a strange-looking knife. Both the hilt and the blade were made out of a ruddy metal that he had never seen before. His eyes narrowed, curiosity winning out against hunger, at least for the moment. He watched as the drone stepped right up to the back wall and proceeded to drive the blade of the knife right into it, cutting through it like it was butter. The drone moved her arm in a practiced arc around her head, creating a kind of door-like shape. The instant that the drone completed the cut, drawing it up to meet the point she had started at, there was an intense feeling of pressure, almost like Rambu had been teleported several feet underwater. He blinked a few times in confusion. The warehouse had become flooded in scarlet light, emanating from what he now recognized as another Terran reality, exactly like the one Shofall's security monster, Adam, had emerged from back on the frozen lake. Another rift! So that's how the Shofall employees are traveling from the facility to whatever frozen hellscape I just came from. Adam must have either originated from or passed through here in order to get to me. He craned his neck to get a better look at the rift. The drone who had opened it had already stepped through, and had begun to usher through 8 of the cyborg clones after her. The last one was followed by the remaining 2 stockier-looking drones. I should follow them. You might get stuck in the snow again. I'm unlikely to find the drones who killed Nikki just by wandering around these halls forever until I'm caught. If I follow these guys, they may lead me directly to them. And if they see me and raise an alarm, it'll be easier for me to escape back into the woods out there, rather than in this building where I'd risk being overwhelmed. As soon as the last drone crossed the threshold, the Devourer stalked quietly after it. It paused for a second to reconsider after coming face to face with a swirling vortex of scarlet energy. Upon seeing the edges of the portal begin to contract, however, it put aside all feelings of doubt and leapt through. For a few seconds, Rambu felt as though his whole body was being spun around and turned inside out, like a sock in a washing machine operating at Mach 20. He collapsed on the ground after the vortex unceremoniously spat him out of the other side, momentarily incapacitated by intense nausea and overall disorientation. Dimly, the Devourer took in its surroundings. It had expected to see the frozen expanse of the lake where it had fought the TV monstrosity, but was surprised to find itself in an utterly different domain. Stretching out far into the distance was a bleak-looking cityscape with massive skyscrapers of pitch-black glass piercing a blood-red sky. The tops of the tallest buildings disappeared entirely into clouds of dark smog. Neon lights of ruby, sapphire, and emerald cut through the haze, and the stench of oil and rust clogged the air. The vortex had disappeared. A rather monotone and apathetic voice raised the Devourer from its portal-induced stupor. Attention! Devour Abomination has been sighted in location B7 of Anathema Annihilation Level 2, iteration number 7783026. Presence of boss mob has been established. Requesting subsequent redirection of hero iteration number 7783051 to corresponding boss arena. What the hell is that supposed to mean? As it gave a mechanical groan and blinked the fog from its eyes, the devourer gradually became aware that the trio of showfall drones had surrounded it. The leftmost one was speaking into some sort of communication device. Although Rambo couldn't see the drone's eyes behind the mask, he could tell they were examining him closely. Subject appears to be damaged. Debuff target hero to balance the encounter. Eliminate them and get out of there before they raise the alarm. Subject is preparing to engage mob transport crew. Crew replacements requested, the drone added before nonchalantly returning the device to his pocket. Too late. He staggered woozily to his feet and assessed the situation. The two burliest drones, including the one who had just put away the comms device, flanked him on either side. Directly in front of him stood the drone who had opened the portal in the first place. The knife was held firmly, but not with obvious threat, at her side. Behind her, seemingly completely oblivious, stood the identical cyborg clones in a perfect row, each with their backs to him. Kill the one with the knife first. That way they can't immediately open another portal on this end, buying you some time. The devourer clashed its metal mandibles together in a threat display to see if the trio would reveal any more concealed weapons. After gauging their reaction, or rather lack thereof, it launched itself forward, claws outstretched. It knocked the leading drone down onto the blackened concrete road, causing the ruddy knife to clatter to the ground. Its steel talons cut through the suit and pierced the skin like scimitars, causing the ground to become slick with blood as it mixed with the layer of oil and soot that was already covering the whole landscape. Just like in the operating room, the scent of it overwhelmed the devourer's senses, gripping its mind in a bestial vice and acting as a primal catalyst for carnage. The beast, famished as it was, stripped flesh from bone with ease. As a second unlucky drone crossed its field of vision and interrupted its feast, the devourer tore its viscera-stained mandibles from the carcass beneath it and lunged for its new victim. Despite the drone's bulkier build, his limbs severed with little more difficulty than those of the first. The third and final drone had the misfortune of remaining conscious long enough to see his own digestive tract fall to the ground after one of the devourer's many talons unseamed him from the nave to the chops, a la MacDonald by the blade of a certain infamous Shakespearean Scottish thane. After consuming its fill, without interruption from any of the clones still standing motionless in a row, the red haze of bloodlust cleared from the devourer's eyes. Its hunger was once again satiated, albeit temporarily. Better than frozen carcass pickings and rotten zombie flesh. Rambo shook some of the viscera from his front claws to stop the worst of it from clogging his mechanical joints. Now that his head had cleared, a faint sliver of guilt knocked at the back of his mind. The one with the comms device said replacements, not reinforcements, like they were expecting me to kill them. But they didn't move to defend themselves, just like that drone back in the lab. Why? Surely survival instinct must count for something. I mean, they're not robots, and they're not artificially grown like those cyborg clones. Who cares? They were Showfall employees. Ergo, they were complicit in all this. Come on, they deserved it. Don't let yourself go all soft and whiny again now. Fine. I'll get going before those replacements show up. Before setting off, he scrutinized what was left of the drones and their equipment. The communication device was smashed to smithereens, and none of the others seemingly carried anything except for their uniforms. As he passed the stationary group of clones, a glint of red metal on the ground caught Rambo's eye. He wandered towards it, finding the portal knife where the drone had dropped it, or at least what used to be the portal knife. The material was still the same, but instead of a hilt and blade, it took the form of a strangely shaped rod that was twisted and notched at the edges. What happened to it? No way to know. Take it with you, if you can. If it still has any use, we don't want it falling into the hands of more drones. Rambo clumsily picked up the strange object by pinching it between two talons, a difficult feat, and slotted it between the raised cables that were exposed on the side of his thigh. It wasn't perfect by any means, but the object was too big to fit in the pocket of his tattered trousers, and the cables functioned as a rudimentary sheath to keep the thing in place well enough that it wouldn't slip out while he moved. Good. Now hurry up. You've wasted enough time already. The devourer closed its eyes and breathed in deeply, tasting the oil-clogged air for any hint of a trail he could track. It was difficult to make out, especially through the tang of the pervasive smog that filled the area, combined with the metallic scent of blood that once again stained his face and hands. Would he ever be rid of it? But he was able to detect the incredibly subtle smell of familiarity. He didn't know what it was coming from, only that it was something known to him, or something close to it. Good enough. It's a start. As fast as its festering wound would allow, the devourer loped down the deserted city street on the trail of its newfound quarry. Charlie stared into space and fiddled nervously with the handle of the medkit as the elevator continued its steady ascent. His blank reverie was interrupted as Sneak slammed a fist into the wall beside him. "Shit!" the renegade exclaimed, covering his face with his hands. "Now we're down to only 2 weapons, your pistol and that combat knife. The former's got to be low on bullets, and the latter must be blunt as hell by now." He pointed to the red 9 in Charlie's hands. "How many are left?" Charlie bit his lip. 7. Only 7 shots. That was my last clip. Sneak shook his head. "We're so fucked. Gotta think up a new strategy, and fast before that door opens. We have no way of knowing what'll be on the other side. Fighting is obviously a last resort at the moment, but we can't just run either. We'll get overwhelmed." Charlie pondered for a second, allowing the thrum of the elevator to fill the silence. "What if we disguise ourselves? We need to get somewhere safe first before I can patch you up." Sneak raised an eyebrow. "Disguise ourselves with what? We've got to obscure our faces completely if we don't want to get recognized. A hood ain't gonna cut it." Charlie searched through his mind like a chest of drawers for options. He recalled the facility where a number of masked drones had restrained him, preventing him from reaching Rambu while the video feed was live. "If we can find some of those shofar drones, we can take their uniforms. The masks they wear cover their faces completely. We'd fit right in." "No," Sneak said, quickly. The blood had drained from Sneak's face, leaving it whiter than the snow-covered field they'd recently fled from. "Anything but that." "But why?" Charlie asked, confused. "They'd be the perfect disguise." "I said no," Sneak snapped angrily, then caught himself. I'm sorry." He took a shaky breath. "It put one on me before, remember? Back in the warehouse. It changed me. You were there." Charlie recalled being wheeled into the carousel room by the warehouse lab rats and seeing Sneak there, although he had admittedly been rather distracted thanks to his recent unwanted abdominal surgery. He subconsciously pressed a hand to his stomach as if to protect himself from being ripped open again. But he had no memory of seeing any drones come into the room, let alone put a mask on Sneak. No, I don't. Although I wasn't really in the right state of mind to process anything much at the time. Charlie's hand movement had not escaped Sneak's attention. "No, of course." He paused, then frowned. "I suppose that makes sense. Everyone, even the puzzler, all except the drones and myself, all froze completely, including you. I somehow put everyone on pause or something while they reset me." Sneak shuddered. "But just trust me, you do not want one of those on your face." They stood in silence for a second. Charlie briefly wondered what Sneak must have thought after having the haze lifted from his eyes and seeing him lying there on the hospital table with his entire digestive tract on display to the world. But if not the masks, then what can we use? Sneak took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "I suppose it's our only option. If there's some way we can disable whatever mechanism is in there before it activates, then we can use them. Otherwise, it's a no-go." "All right, we have some kind of plan. We can make it. We have to try." Charlie nodded. Okay, we have a plan of action now, at least. Step 1, find some drones that are roughly our size. Step 2, take out those drones and steal their stuff. Step 3, get the fuck out of here." He forced a smile on his face and clapped a comforting hand on Sneak's arm. "We've got this." The renegade didn't return the gesture. "Yeah, sure." Charlie flipped over his pistol and offered it to his companion. "Here, take this. You're a better shot than I am, anyway. I'll stick with the old reliable stabby stick until we can find a better weapon." The feeling of having some means of defense, even if it was limited, returned some of the warmth to Sneak's face. "Thanks, man." He cracked a small smile. "Whatever happens, we're gonna beat their asses eventually. We will." "That's the spirit," Let's kick some collective ass. That sounded stupid. The elevator glided to a halt with another ding, and the inner door slid back. Expecting to see another open landscape or anachronistic hallway, Charlie was surprised to be met with another door of thick stainless steel, reminiscent of one that could be found in a modern hospital. It too slid back silently to reveal a massive, brightly lit facility with pristine white walls and a high ceiling. Sneak grabbed his arm. Be careful. I think this is the place where I saw all those cyborgs. It was a sort of storage facility. There may be hundreds of drones out there. Warily, the vagabond clutched the medkit tightly, readied his combat knife, and peeked his head out from the doorway. The massive space curved slightly, obscuring the ends from view. Charlie spied a number of other metal doorways lining the walls, but couldn't see or hear a sign of anything moving, and certainly no sign of the supposed hundreds of drones. He took a step out into the hallway and glanced above him, scrutinizing the walls and ceiling. No windows, no cameras, no drones or any kind of sneak cyborgs. But there are a few vents. We better keep an eye on them in case more rats show up. But aside from that, nothing. He motioned back to Sneak, still standing in the elevator with the pistol ready at his side. All clear, he whispered, mindful of how the space might make his voice echo. Luckily for us, it looks like your cyborgs were on a different floor. Together, the two cautiously picked a random direction and made their way forward. For being so massive, the hallway felt very empty. Occasionally, they passed by a door with a sign describing something they couldn't make sense of, or a random empty steel cart, or a massive icon of Shofal's logo, but so far they hadn't yet encountered any signs of living beings, monstrous or otherwise. It looks almost abandoned, but everything is so clean and shiny. Just like the theater, it's clearly not neglected, just empty. After a while, they reached the end of the hallway. On a large illuminated sign above the double steel doors ahead was written, Interactive Phantoptics Department, Production, in thick block lettering. Phantoptics? It has something to do with sight, I guess, if the optics suffix is anything to go by, but I don't know enough Greek or Latin to guess what the first part means. Upon getting a little closer, Charlie could see that one of the doors had a small window looking out into the room beyond. He approached it from the side and put his ear up to the metal, which was cold to the touch and smelled faintly of a lemony cleaning agent. A faint technological hum, the whir of machinery, a continuous clacking of keys, and the occasional beep sounded from within, but Charlie couldn't hear any voices. He decided to take the risk and peek through the window. Inside was what looked like the interior of a gargantuan microchip manufacturing plant. Hundreds of masked Shofal drones in white, sterile suits and gloves tinkered away at innumerable rows of little machines, each attached to a small workbench with a computer, a mechanical arm, and interconnected with the rest of the room by a network of metal tubing and black cords. Hanging above from the high ceiling was a web of wiring, platforms, and even some kind of raised conveyor belt system, transporting countless numbers of tiny electronic parts to each of the drone stations. Luckily, all of them appeared to be so engrossed with their work that none of them noticed the stunned face of the vagabond looking in. Charlie ducked back out of sight. There's hundreds of them in there, he hissed. It's like a huge factory or something. What are they making? Sneak whispered back. No idea. Looks techy, but beyond that I haven't a clue. Charlie paused to think for a second. If we go in there now as we are, we'll be spotted immediately. We stick out like sore thumbs, especially you with your berry Gatorade-colored glowy cloak thing. And you with your piece of shit rusty breastplate, Sneak retorted with a light punch to Charlie's shoulder. Charlie snorted. Plus, I don't think we can even get in there right now, even if we wanted to. Look. He pointed to a small panel on the side of the door. It looked like a keycard scanner. Sneak crossed his arms and scratched his chin in thought for a minute while scrutinizing the door hinges, then turned back to Charlie. It looks like both doors open outwards towards us. If we wait in the corners for one of them to leave, we can stay hidden behind the doors themselves and then ambush them from behind once they close again. What if there's too many? Then we run for the elevator before they can block us in the corners. You said it's a factory, right? Did you see any of them with weapons in there? No, but they could be hidden. I'll take that chance. The two of them stationed themselves on either side of the doorway, backs pressed up against the cold metal, in hopes of catching off guard and flanking whoever or whatever would walk through that door next. They didn't have to wait for long. Charlie heard the sound of 3 pairs of footsteps approaching from beyond the door, along with what was likely a cart of some kind. He readied his combat knife in one hand and passed the heavy medical kit over to Sneak to use as a blunt weapon. They both knew that firing a shot from the Mauser this close to a swarm of drones would result in instant discovery and subsequent apprehension. The vagabond's heart began to thump faster as he heard the melodic ba-thweep of a successful keycard swipe on the other side of the door, made all the more intense by the rush of adrenaline that began to course through him in anticipation of the imminent altercation. I wonder if they can hear my heart beating through my chest. It certainly feels like it's about to bust right out of my ribs. He glanced once more at Sneak, who gave a short nod of acknowledgement and encouragement, and the doors swung open. A large showfall drone, clad in the same black suit and white dress shirt as those back in the facility where Charlie and Rambo had failed to escape, stepped through first. His gait was slow but purposeful, and he appeared to be scribbling something onto a notepad. Immediately following him was a long steel medical trolley, upon which sat a large and presumably empty container of some kind, given how fast the trolley was being pushed by the two other showfall drones. One had a similar stature to the first, while the other had a slightly slimmer build, but both wearing the same sterile white coverings that Charlie had seen on all of the other assembly workers through the window. All three drones were masked, their faces hidden behind the stark black and white glossy plastic bearing Showfall's logo. Luckily, as all of them were occupied, the black-uniformed drone with his notepad and the white-suited ones with pushing the container down the hall, both the Vagabond and Renegade went unnoticed. The steel doors slammed shut, and Charlie once again heard another ba-thweep of the keycard scanner as it automatically locked. 1. The trio of drones slowly made their way further down the otherwise vacant hallway, the squeaking of the trolley wheels echoing like a chorus of bats through the empty space. 2. Charlie locked eyes again with Sneak, who was waiting for his signal. 3. Something activated within the Vagabond, washing his anxiety and fear away in an instant and replacing it with a sense of tranquil concentration that focused his mind upon one singular goal: eliminate them, quickly and quietly. By keeping his body low to the ground and only allowing the balls of his feet to make contact with the resin-coated floor, the Vagabond approached the exposed back of the closest drone with barely a sound. Without flinching and in one fluid movement, he reached up underneath the drone's mask to muffle their mouth with one hand and drove the tip of the combat knife into the back of their neck at an upwards angle with the other, pushing it in up to the hilt. The blade pierced directly through the drone's spinal column, severing it from the brainstem. Instantly losing consciousness due to the destruction of one of the most vital parts of its nervous system, the drone crumpled in the Vagabond's arms, expiring before they could even cry out in pain. The Renegade had mirrored his companion's silent approach and brought the metal case of the aid kit down on the head of the second drone with a crack, carrying enough force to cave in the skull. Blood and brain matter exploded from the impact, spattering the drone's white coat, the pristine floor, and the Renegade's own garments with a shower of red and gray. The noise alerted the leading drone, who whirled around to face the two attackers. After seeing the broken and bloody bodies of his co-workers lying on the floor, he urgently reached a hand into the inner pocket of his sleek black suit jacket and pulled out something that could have been a communication device. Without hesitation, the Vagabond wrenched the combat knife out of the corpse's neck and threw it at the face of the one remaining drone standing only several meters from him. The blade spun once as it flew through the air, whizzing as it passed, and pierced right through the Showfall emblem at the center of the mask. The drone's head whipped backward from the impact, and the Vagabond rushed to catch the body before it could collapse noisily onto the floor below. Carefully, he dragged the lifeless corpse to lay beside the other two, and the Vagabond and Renegade took a moment to catch their breath. After standing in silence for a minute, the singularity of focused calm within Charlie faded away, and the clamor of his anxious internal monologue started up again at full volume. Holy shit. Holy fuck. I just killed a guy. 2 guys. With my own hands. Not monsters and not out of self-defense. Fuck, what have I done? He knelt down next to the body of the black-suited drone, and with trembling hands, slowly retrieved his knife from where it had effectively nailed the mask onto the drone's face. First Nikki and now this? How many more lives will I have to take? How many more people will I have to murder before this is through? Charlie looked up at Sneak, who was staring wordlessly in abject horror at the medkit in his hands, coated in a thick layer of blood that oozed slowly onto the floor. It covered his arms and was even smeared across his face. He met Charlie's eyes with a terrified look that could only mean that he had been asking himself the same questions. Is that what I looked like to him? After cutting up that moose back in the forest? A blood-soaked butcher. But now we've both butchered people. Killers. Murderers. Charlie's hands shook so violently that he almost lost his grip on the knife. What have we done? Are we no better than them? A distant rumble made its way to Charlie's ears, immediately refocusing his attention on the present situation. Shit. We've got to move before they see us like this, he stage-whispered. Sneeg gave a nod of understanding, unable to respond verbally. Charlie swallowed his guilt and anguish as best he could and began to strip the drones of their uniforms. The largest one in the black suit had a similar enough build to Sneeg, but the one most like Charlie was covered from head to toe in their own blood. The last one, whom he had stabbed through the neck, had a bulkier build than he did, but it looked like the extra space might allow the garments to fit over his trousers and undershirt. It'll have to do. A metal clang rang out in the distance, all too reminiscent of the vent covering that had been pushed out by the swarm of rats in the theater earlier. Hurry! The vagabond doffed his cuirass and sage-green gambeson as quickly as he could, glancing briefly at the Shofar logo patch embroidered on the breast before letting it fall to the ground. He made sure to salvage a slice of moose jerky from his otherwise empty belt satchels before tossing them aside. Who knows when we'll be able to find food again, leaving only his pocketed trousers, holster, and raggedy linen shirt. As fast as his trembling fingers would let him, he shoved his combat knife into his boot and pulled the oversized but unstained white sterile coverings over his other clothes. As he turned, he saw that Sneeg had already swapped outfits with the lead drone and was wiping the blood off of his face and hands with his old jacket. Once the worst of it was removed, he dropped the article to the ground and began to drag the now bare corpse over to the containers on the trolley. Shit, I forgot we need to hide the bodies. Thank whatever all-powerful deity that may or may not exist that the boxes on the trolleys are empty. The two of them raced to unlatch the containers and heave the bodies of the lifeless drones into them, along with their own old, discarded garments. One of the lids closed with relative ease, but the other was not cooperating. A symphony of squeaking accompanied by a chorus of clicking claws echoed ever closer. Fuck, 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 Charlie muttered under his breath. They won't fit! Without a word, the renegade reached his hands, still tinged with blood, into the container. With a bone-chilling snap, he wrenched one of the drone's arms backwards, causing it to fold unnaturally, and slammed the lid down with a deeply harrowed look on his face. Charlie glanced around. Most of the blood had been wiped up, leaving only a few specks here and there that one would only spot with close scrutiny. All that was left on the floor were the two remaining Shofar masks. "Where's the med kit?" he asked, panic rising in his voice as the thunder of many paws drew nearer. Sneeg gestured to one of the closed boxes with a glance and threw Charlie a roll of gauze bandages, a small bottle of iodine solution, and his pistol. The vagabond quickly shoved the firearm into the holster and the first aid supplies into the deep pockets of his trousers underneath the white uniform, and snatched up the mask with a small, almost unnoticeable slit in the middle where his knife blade had pierced it. The renegade bent down, but hesitated to pick up the other mask, his fingers hovering just above the surface of Shofar's logo. The rats were just around the bend. A series of heavy footfalls could also now be made out amongst the screeching din. "We have no choice," Charlie whispered. "We must put them on or we're done for. At least with these on, there's a chance we'll come out unscathed." Sneeg's voice was so hoarse and low it was almost inaudible over the rising cacophony. "I'd rather die while remembering who I am." Charlie faltered for a second, and then grabbed his friend's hand, forcing Sneeg to look him in the eye. "Or you could take the chance to live now, and see Hannah again." Sneeg's lip trembled as he gritted his teeth, fighting back tears. Without another word, he grabbed the mask, stared at Shofar's black insignia with a potent mixture of fear and loathing, and pressed it to his face. Charlie inhaled a shaky breath, squeezed his eyes shut, and covered his own. Nothing happened. Charlie opened his eyes. To his immense relief, his gamble had worked, and not a moment too soon. A tsunami of large and hairy bodies barreled around the corner. The hulking rodents, clothed in uniform tattered vests and ratty black slacks, swarmed right past them, almost as if they weren't even aware of the existence of the mortified duo. The bulky and monstrous form of the abominable spectator lumbered slowly into view. Its solitary, lidless eye surveyed the chaos in front of it, situated in the center of the lens board, which swayed to and fro at the end of the leather bellows like the head of a giant python. It moved its grotesquely long, orangutan-like forelimbs with the speed and grace of a mechanical excavator, pulling its heavy film magazine-mounted body forward. The floodlight atop the large box between its shoulders had somehow been repaired, but was presently switched off. Charlie watched as the creature made its way steadily towards them. So far, it didn't appear to register that anything was amiss. The swarm of rats continued to flow past them, a sight extremely dissonant with the pristine environment around them. All of a sudden, one of the beasts skidded to a halt, causing Charlie's heart to skip a beat. Its whiskers quivered as it turned towards him, as did the long, scaly tail behind it. Its beady black eyes and tangled, greasy mane glistened under the harsh LED lights above. Charlie held his breath as the rat moved a few steps closer, but it completely ignored him. Its attention was evidently drawn to the trolley. Its gaze was focused intently on the containers atop it. The little pink nose at the end of its thin muzzle twitched as it approached, sniffing the air with curiosity. Charlie's feet were frozen to the floor with dread. Can it smell the blood? Can they track us? The hulking form of the abomination drew nearer. Suddenly, the crackle of many hidden speakers interrupted the rodent's olfactory inspection. "Attention," blared a monotone voice. "Devourer abomination has been sighted in location B7 of Anathema Annihilation Level 2, iteration number 7783026. Presence of boss mob has been established. Requesting subsequent redirection of hero iteration number 7783051 to corresponding boss arena." Amidst the fear of the present moment, something flashed in Charlie's memory. Anathema Annihilation. Didn't Sneak mention that name upon our first meeting? Well, first meeting in this hellscape, at least. Wasn't that what he thought this whole game was called? And what's a devour abomination? Is the hero referenced here Rambo? That's what Hetch wouldn't stop calling him back when he... A door opened on the other side of the hall, interrupting his train of thought. A group of black-suited drones hurried out towards the double steel doors of the interactive phantoptics department, completely unfazed by the horde of rats and the giant biomechanical monstrosity that loomed in the middle of the hallway. "Subject appears to be damaged. Debuff target hero to balance the encounter," continued the announcement. The drones marched past Charlie at a brisk pace, not acknowledging him in the slightest. He turned to look at Sneak and suddenly gestured at him to help push the trolley back to where it came from. "Subject is preparing to engage mob transport crew. Crew replacements requested." I haven't the faintest idea what the hell any of that could mean. One thing at a time, I guess. Survive these rats first, then get through whatever the phantoptics department is next. The two of them navigated the trolley through the sea of rodents, following in the footsteps of the other drones. The group didn't seem to care that they were being followed. One of the drones swiped her keycard against the locking mechanism, "Thweep," and entered the manufacturing facility. On their heels, the vagabond and renegade followed, slipping inside just before the doors shut. Despite now being virtually surrounded by hundreds of white-suited worker drones, Charlie felt much safer now that several hundred pounds of steel separated him from the monsters outside. At least these drones were just people. They didn't have pointy teeth or reverse bear traps for faces, and something told Charlie that even though these particular rodents did have distressingly human-like hands with opposable thumbs, they likely didn't possess the necessary keycard to make much use of them. Sneak and Charlie trailed a short distance behind the dark-suited drones to the gargantuan facility for about 5 straight minutes. Along the way, neither of them risked looking either side of the trolley to scrutinize what the other drones were working on. Charlie kept his head down for fear of having one of the technicians spot the gash in his mask, regardless of how thin it was, or notice the faded leather of his out-of-place combat boots sticking out from underneath his white uniform trousers. Occasionally, however, he'd catch a glimpse in his peripheral vision of a container moving along the raised conveyor belt system, or one of the many small mechanical arms whirring away at something tiny on a workbench. He couldn't begin to make any sense of it all without getting closer, and he wasn't about to take another risky gamble. Beside him, Sneak was beginning to struggle to push the cart. Charlie could tell that he was doing his best to hide his limp, but he wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer without giving himself away. He's wearing a black suit. He could walk ahead of the trolley instead, as the black-suited ones appear to be leaders, or at least of a higher rank than these other guys. That would give his leg a bit of a rest from pushing. As inconspicuously as possible, Charlie gave Sneak's shoulder a gentle nudge. He gestured briefly with his chin to his companion's wounded leg, and then to the group of drones walking ahead of them. He seemed to understand. He let go of the trolley handle and made his way to the front, reached a hand into the inner pocket of his jacket, and pulled out the notepad its former owner had been scribbling in. Good. He must have picked it up earlier when I wasn't looking. The cart is really fucking heavy to move by myself, though. Pushing the full weight of 2 steel containers, 3 dead bodies, and nearly 2 complete sets of discarded gear was not an easy feat. Suddenly, a 3-toned melodic chime that nearly made Charlie jump out of his skin heralded the imminent broadcast of another announcement, this time one that was evidently pre-recorded and likely replayed often. The voice that started to blare from the mounted speakers dotting the walls of the facility luckily drowned out the sound of Charlie's labored breathing and Sneeg's uneven footfalls, but the voice itself made the vagabond's skin crawl. Thanks to your continued devotion to technological innovation here at Showfall Media, Hetch's unmistakable theatrical lilt rang out, you have helped to transform this dream of interactive phantoptics into a reality. Through the installation of the phantoptics chip into the occipital lobe, providing a direct connection to the temporal and parietal lobes, our department now has complete wired access and control over the perspectival, recollective, and perceptual cerebral activity of every beloved cast member. Your job is one of the most vital here at Showfall Media, for you are responsible for the production, implementation, and maintenance of these invaluable augmented reality chips. Without you, the scale of our world-renowned live, interactive productions would not be achievable. By augmenting the reality of our cast members, we have made threats, bribery, and blackmail completely obsolete. Coercion is a thing of the past. Through the profiles constructed for us out of data gleaned from the phantoptics chip, our directorial department needs only to determine which perception of reality will cause a given subject to react in the desired fashion. We here at Showfall pride ourselves on being champions of free will. No one acts without their full intent. One need not force a subject to conform to the environment when one can simply make the environment conform to the subject instead. We may indeed be animals, but that does not mean that we cannot seize the reins of evolution for our own benefit and entertainment. And remember, human connection is at the heart of good entertainment. Thanks to your contributions in the phantoptics department, we can bring that connection into the hearts and homes of every citizen who chooses to become a patron of the arts. You play an active part in changing the world every day. Thank you for your continued devotion to Showfall Media. The 3-toned chime played again, and Hetch's pre-recorded voice faded. What kind of fucked up Big Brother shit was that? That's what they're making here? Mind control chips? That's how they've been able to block our memories? And what was all that about free will? Free will my ass! Realization dawned. That's why Rambo and Nikki attacked us. If Showfall has complete control over their senses, and can even create false perceptions, then they don't have to actually force them to act in any particular way. False perceptions, illusions, phantoms, phant optics. These aren't mind control chips. They're the most believable illusion generators in the world. We see what they want us to see. Rambo never saw us. He saw something he hated, something that he believed would be morally acceptable to attack in the way he did. Charlie looked down at his own uniform, and then at Sneeg's mask. Showfall altered his perception of us, making us look and sound like drones to him. That's why he blamed us for turning him into a monster, and he only found us after we killed Nikki. It's obvious now why he'd want to take revenge on us. He probably assumed we were also the ones to turn her into whatever she was, only to execute her for no reason. A horrible thought occurred to him. Oh God, what if our perception was altered as well? What if Nikki was never like that? Did I kill her for nothing? The memory of her teeth ripping his throat out certainly felt real, but how could he trust what he thought was real anymore? His entire foundation of reality had already been ripped out from underneath him once, when Sneeg revealed that they were inside of some kind of video game. Or were they? And now, those fragile foundations, which he had only just begun to rebuild, began to crack and crumble once more. Sneeg brought him back from his panicked thought spiral by lightly shoulder-checking him as he returned to his spot on the other side of the trolley handle. Charlie looked up. The other group of drones had already reached the set of doors at the other end of the massive room, But to his relief, the chip producers milling around them appeared to be too preoccupied with their tasks to notice them idling. Together, the vagabond and renegade managed to wrangle the cumbersome trolley and traverse the rest of the distance. The other group of drones had just passed through the leftmost door. Above it, a large sign in the same illuminated lettering as the one outside the production facility read, Interactive Phantoptics Department, Implementation and Maintenance. Charlie glanced to the doorway on the right, above which loomed another glowing sign. Cast Depot. Cast implies our friends might be somewhere beyond that door. Plus, we wouldn't have to worry about being caught accidentally interfering with whatever those other drones were doing. The renegade appeared to have the same thought, for each of them started to turn the cart towards the right without needing to signal the other to follow suit. Charlie's mind raced, and apprehension mixed with a twinge of hope flooded through him. No matter what Shofal has done to them, or how we're made to perceive them, they will still be our friends. Not monsters, people. His heartbeat quickened with every passing footfall, a drumbeat out of sync with the thrum and thunk of the symphony of machinery that echoed with clockwork regularity around him. My name is Charlie. I am real. Sneeg is real. I am here. He is here. Rambo is somewhere. He is real. He cannot see us as we truly are. Nikki was real. We could not see her as she truly was. As they drew closer to the door, Charlie mentally repeated the names of his friends and conjured fleeting images of their faces to himself in an effort to keep the threads of his reality from unraveling again. Sneeg, Nikki, Vinny, Ethan, Austin, Rambo. It was difficult to do. The faces in his mind's eye looked slightly smudged, warped by time like old photographs, but it was better than letting them fade completely. Sneeg, Nikki, Vinny, Ethan, Austin, Rambo. Beside him, the renegade fumbled around in his inner pocket again until he produced the black suit's keycard. Sneeg, Nikki, Vinny, Ethan, Austin, Rambo. With one swift motion, he swiped it across the digital lock, and the doors slid back to reveal another high-ceilinged hallway not unlike the one they had narrowly escaped the rats from a second time. As soon as the doorway closed behind them, and they made sure that they were alone, the duo wheeled the trolley into the nearest corner. As Charlie rested his weary back against the spotless white wall, Sneeg immediately ripped the mask off, his face ghostly white and dripping with sweat, and crumpled to the floor next to the cart. After just barely managing to stifle a cry of pain, he looked up at Charlie with an anguished expression. I don't know how much longer I can do this, man. Charlie removed his own mask and knelt down beside him, eyes widening in concern as his companion winced and rolled up his right trouser leg. Evidently, Sneeg had ripped away the old bandage when he had put on the disguise. If it weren't for the darkness of the fabric, the blood now soaking through it would have easily given them away. The wound was very clearly infected now, if it hadn't already been before. Charlie glanced over his shoulder to make sure no drones or rats were in the immediate vicinity, and then fished out the vial of iodine and the roll of gauze from the pockets underneath his sterile suit coverings. His brow furrowed with concentration as he unrolled a section of the fabric, tore it off, and began to soak it in some of the solution. The med kit. It's still in one of the containers, right? There might be some more stuff in there we can use. Sneeg grimaced. It's in there, yeah, but there's nothing there that we can really salvage. All of the other bottles got completely smashed when I hit that drone over the head with the case. Didn't really think that through. It's a goddamn miracle the small bottle I gave you survived unscathed. Shit. So much for the medkit, I guess. Charlie's frown deepened. This stuff really isn't going to help much. Iodine is a decent antiseptic, sure, but it's for preventing infection, not curing it once it's already there. And I don't exactly see any antibiotics just lying around. Hopefully the placebo effect will help to relieve the lingering pain a little, at the very least. He tore off another short length of the gauze and folded it over a few times before handing it over to Sneeg. Bite down on this, Charlie said, preparing the solution-soaked cloth in his other hand. This'll sting. Sneeg took it without question, clamped his teeth down and squeezed his eyes shut. 3, 2, 1... Charlie dabbed the gauze gently around the edges of the wound, cleaning away the excess blood and plasma. Sneeg bit back a scream and summoned as much strength as he could not to involuntarily kick his friend in the face. Nearly done. Hang in there, man. The vagabond ripped off one last length of gauze, tied it securely around the wound, and gingerly rolled the trouser leg back over it to cover up his handiwork. There. It's not much, but it'll have to do until... Never mind. It's better than a scrap of my old shirt, at least. Sneak spat out the wad of gauze in his mouth, breathing heavily. A little bit of color had returned to his cheeks, but he looked utterly exhausted. I don't know if I should thank you or punch you. That fucking hurt. Charlie cracked a wry smile. I'll take the thank you and leave the punch for later. He rose to his feet, rummaged around in another pocket for a second, and held out the last remaining piece of moose jerky that he had salvaged before they had to discard their gear. The renegade stared at it. I can't, man. Isn't that the last of what we have? Go on. You need the energy boost more than I do at the moment. Sneak still hesitated. Take it. I'm sure we'll find something, Charlie smiled, lying through his teeth. The renegade gave in. Thank you. The vagabond helped his companion to his feet and returned what remained of the gauze and iodine solution to his pockets before surveying the grand wing of the cast depot with greater attention. Massive warehouse-style doors lined the hall, above each of which hung large illuminated signs displaying some kind of title. Hero was the closest, followed by Companion, Devour, Siren, and Spectator. The doors and signs continued down the hallway, but due to the curvature of the space, the quantity and identity of whatever storage units remained were out of his immediate sight. Hero. Again, Charlie's memory was thrown back to the room containing a wall of monitors up against which Rambo had been strung like a living hunting trophy, where Charlie had strung him up like a living hunting trophy. Granted, Hetch had somehow been piloting his body and mind like a meat puppet at the time, no phantoptics happening there, but it had still been his own hands that had done the deed. Charlie recalled the words from Hetch's pre-recorded announcement in the Phantoptics chip production room. Coercion is a thing of the past. Now with this tiny little piece of technology, Shofar was capable of Orwellian-level influence over the actions of whomever they were able to get their hands on. No mini-love required. They don't even need to directly mind-control us anymore. Not when we choose to do all the dirty work for them. All they need to do is slap a filter over our eyes. Another familiar phrase lingered in his mind. Human connection is the heart of all good entertainment. That was both in Hetch's announcement and on the tagline of that theater poster from about a century ago. His mind's eye flitted like a restless starling to the scene of Rambo's execution again. The heart. Human connection. The heart of the facility. He remembered how the wires that weaved themselves in and out of Rambo's limbs had been splayed out in all directions around him, like he was caught in a web made of his own nervous system, visually connecting his form to every corner of the room. How the lens of the looming camera watched him hungrily like the great eye of a cycloptic spider. How that lens had broadcast his cries of pain and pleas for mercy to hundreds, if not thousands, of invisible eyes that were also watching him through that lens. Thousands of people, all of them, himself and Hetch included, were connected together in that one room at that one moment. Victims, villains, and voyeurs alike, their hearts and minds unified in bearing witness to one unspeakable, yet not unwatchable, act. Charlie could almost understand why Shofar was trying to replicate such a moment. No, not replicate. Sustain the moment. There was a tremendous amount of phenomenological power in holding the captive yet willing attention of so many people all at once, directing the embodied experiences of thousands of unified souls. Almost. Hey man, you okay? Sneak's voice interrupted Charlie's ruminations. The rudimentary treatment and small snack seemed to have perked him up a little at least. Charlie blinked. Yeah, just tired. It felt like it had been days since he last slept. Maybe that was true. Maybe it wasn't. All he knew was how he felt, like the dregs at the bottom of a forgotten mug of coffee that had been left out for a week. Focus. He retrained his mind on the illuminated sign above the warehouse door closest to him. Rambo was Shofar's unwitting hero. If there's any information on how he became what he is now, or some clue as to how we might bring him back to normal, it'll be in there. Come on, Charlie motioned. If you want answers about what happened to our friends, they're gonna be through here. Before all of this happened, Hetch wouldn't stop calling Rambo the hero, for whatever reason. He clearly had some kind of preference for him as a cast member. He's the key to all of this, I know it. They braced themselves and made their way up to the imposing slab of cold steel. Sneak reproduced the card from his pocket one last time and gave it a swipe at the small terminal to the side of the door. Bathweep. The door slid to the side, slotting neatly into the wall, and the chamber beyond bathed the vagabond's face in a sickly green light. "Holy fuck," the renegade said with barely a whisper. That can't." Upon seeing the assemblage before him, Charlie's feet had rooted themselves to the floor as if they were chained down with lead. His blood ran cold, like his veins had been pumped full of liquid nitrogen. If reality was a mirror, it had just shattered before his eyes. The devourer began to pick up its pace, no longer dragging its claws against the filthy, oil-slicked tarmac of the street it had been traveling down for the past hour. The meal it had feasted upon earlier had revitalized the abomination, sharpening its senses and effectively dampening the pain in its shoulder until there was nothing more than a dull ache that throbbed in time with the beating of its heart. Granted, the wound itself hadn't healed at all over such a short span of time, but it certainly wasn't serving to hinder the devourer as much as it had been before. Its attention was trained on following the scent of familiarity it had picked up on after finishing its feast, but the strangeness of the landscape and the eerily distinct lack of any signs of life, especially in what it assumed was definitely a city, didn't escape its notice. Large chunks of concrete littered the ground like fragments of a fallen colossus, while towering brutalist structures of grey brick, cement, dull steel, and glass as dark as obsidian pierced upwards into the sky, weaving into and around each other in a way that must have made them impossible to navigate from within. The foundations and structural components were all outwardly exposed, looking for all the world like carcasses whose rib cages had been torn open to display the broken bones and bloody entrails underneath. The tallest of these imposing structures was some distance up ahead, but the devourer couldn't fail to miss how the top of its gargantuan spire disappeared from view as it tore right through the cloud of thick smog that blocked out the sky as effectively as a curtain. Was it day, or was it night? It was impossible to tell. Anything natural had been excised from this domain. The only source of light came not from any celestial body, but from the glaring and garish neon signs that were fixed on the sides of various buildings, their bloody reds and toxic greens reflected off of the underside of low-hanging clouds of putrid vapor, the black glass of the skyscrapers, and the muddy iridescence of the oil-coated streets, collectively casting a sickly hue over the entire city. It was truly the quintessential monument to the hubristic consumerism of the Anthropocene age, a dismal city peppered with illuminated billboards and signposts advertising an array of new deals, fresh looks, and assurances of a bright future, surrounded by nothing but death, decay, and desolation. Every so often, Rambo would pass by the corpse of one of those cyborg clones on the side of the road, the flesh in various stages of rot, and the metal in various stages of rust. On very rare occasions, one of the mechanical limbs would twitch slightly as he passed. Beyond that, and the sporadic rattle of exposed beams and cables in a passing gust of wind, the city was still and silent. What the hell is this place? Why would Shofall even want to have a connection here? It doesn't seem like they would gain anything from it. In fact, it looks like they're only losing resources by sending more of these cyborgs out here, only for them to get destroyed. Have you considered that might be the point? The devourer paused for a moment to catch a breather. Its limbs were optimized for short bursts of speed over long-distance travel, after all. Why would they want to lose resources? Not the losing resources part, the getting them destroyed part. I still don't understand. When the drone made that announcement into his little device, he mentioned a hero. Rambu's mind was transported back to the last few minutes he could recall when his physical body was still all his. Or all human, at least. He had been Shofall's hero then, supposedly. He had never felt less heroic than over the past few days. The devourer shuddered. Okay, and what does that mean? Use your brain for a second. When you were their hero, you faced off against a horde of masked drones, did you not? Not alone. Charlie had been with him. So what? And, as Hetch himself revealed to you, every situation was scripted for the purposes of providing suspense and entertaining an audience. That is, everything except for your responses to those situations, correct? Yes? So what if they're doing the same thing here? Except instead of you being pitted against the masked drones, it's some other hero fighting against these cyborgs. Rambo mused over the idea. The more he thought about it, turning it around in his brain and letting it steep, the more it made sense, or at the very least correlated with what he had seen and heard thus far. Okay, so this place is some kind of arena for the audience to watch whoever the hero is fight a bunch of robot people. What about the snowy place we came from? He was suddenly reminded of the wound on his shoulder. Why create other monsters for me to fight? The Devourer's brow furrowed. Why create me? What purpose am I supposed to serve here? I think we both know the answer to that question. Some parts of Rambo's memory were still hazy at best, especially from the periods just before and just after his biomechanical modifications. Shortly following his reawakening in his new body, he had tried to cave in his own skull by bashing it against the walls of the medical ward, only to be stopped short by his first disciplinary electric shock. He had been in too much physical pain and mental anguish to fully register what Hetch had said next over the speaker, but he was able to reflect upon it now with greater clarity. We can't have our devourer destroying itself before the alpha test is complete. The devourer? That's me. I'm one of them. I am one of the monsters Hetch's new hero has to slay for the audience's entertainment. Now you understand. The abomination growled, a deep rumbling whir in the back of its mechanical larynx. I won't just be a part of Shofal's little game. Rambo dug his saber-like claws into the tarmac, the metal tips scraping away chunks of it with ease, leaving little scars on its surface. They already got to Nikki. I can only assume Shofal has turned the others into monsters as well, all to be used as fodder for their new unwitting puppets. He slammed a steel fist into the ground beneath him, adding a new pothole to the road. His purpose was clear. First, I'll kill the drones responsible for killing Nikki. Then I'll find my friends and protect them from Hedge's new batch of heroes, whoever they may be. The Devourer turned its gaze towards the polluted sky, and the red light from a nearby billboard caught the reflective layer of tapetum lucidum in his eye. To make them pay, you have to find them first. The abomination tasted the air once more, reorienting itself in the direction of the scent of familiarity. Friend or foe, whatever's out there isn't far. Further energized now not only by its recent feeding, but by its elucidated mission, the beast thundered onwards down the path ahead. Above, the dark clouds of swirling smog seemed to grow heavier with each passing minute. Charlie stared forward, eyes wide with shock. The room in front of him was impossibly huge, extending not only forwards, but upwards farther than his eyes could perceive. The floor and the walls on the side were painted in a matte black that seemed to suck out all the light in the room, making it appear almost void-like. If it weren't for the emerald glow that emanated from the indefinite number of lime-green ovate glass tanks that lined the walls like eggs in an alien wasp nest, it might have felt like Charlie had just walked straight into the black emptiness of space itself. The steel door behind them had closed. But what froze the vagabond in his tracks was not the impossible geometry of the room, nor the bitter chill that filled the air like a walk-in freezer. It was the face, or rather, innumerable faces, that stared back at him through the tanks. Rambo isn't Shofal's hero, Sneak said beside him with quiet disbelief, his breath fogging in the frigid air. It's you. Thousands of identical copies of himself were suspended in some kind of semi-translucent solution in each of the glass pods that lined the walls, backlit by a sickly green light. Their eyes were open, but imperceptive, trained forward but not looking at anything. None of them reacted to the vagabond's presence. Their only clothing was a uniform pair of black undershorts, allowing the thick wires that rose from the bottom of each pod to easily access and hook up into each of the 3 ports that ran down their spines. Charlie reached a hand up to the back of his neck, feeling the indent of his own topmost port. Each of the clones bore a single white scar along the abdomen, the same Charlie had awoken with in the abandoned old Soviet-style gulag, from where Shofal had presumably re-stitched him up after his live vivisection, or perhaps when the horrific TV monstrosity first stole his voice. Aside from that one blemish, they all looked perfectly healthy and hale. How many of them are there, do you think? Sneak said, dumbfounded. Charlie couldn't wrench his gaze away from his own personal clone fractal. A million thoughts ran through his mind, seemingly confirming all of his worst fears. When I died, when Nikki killed me, it wasn't me that came back, was it? He raised up a hand in front of the glass, and after a pause, pressed it gently against the surface. It was bitingly cold. Looking through the glass at a copy of himself felt like he was simultaneously looking at a mirror. "Does it matter?" Charlie eventually replied, his voice hollow. "No, I suppose it doesn't." He wasn't even able to panic like normal. The crushing weight of realization had instantly snuffed out any other extreme emotional response he could have had. "I understand now. Every time I die, Shofall simply replaces my body with one of these doppelgangers, puts a phantoptics chip into its brain, and programs it with whatever selection of my memories and false perceptions they want it to have. Dying isn't a viable escape. It's just a signal for the cycle to begin again." Without removing his hand from the glass, Charlie craned his neck upwards. The tank seemed to go on forever. How many times has the cycle repeated itself? How many times have I died? I'm evidently not the original Charlie. I doubt the original me even exists anymore. Another worrying thought crossed his mind. If there are this many clones, there's no way that I'm the only one that's active. How come we haven't come across any of the others before? He lifted his hand from the glass and turned back around to face his companion. "Are you sure you never came across another me?" Sneak shook his head. "No, I'm certain of it. Not even when you were dimension hopping?" He shook his head again. "Nope. If a copy of you was in one of those places, either I wasn't in the vicinity, or I was driving by way too fast to notice." Sneak paused in thought for a second. "Or Shofall messed with my perception to make sure I didn't see you." The renegade looked back at the steel door they had entered from. Do you think there are copies of me, too? Out there in one of the other rooms?" Charlie recollected the signs down the hallway. Hero, companion, devourer, siren, spectator. "Almost certainly, yes." Sneak bit his lip. Fuck. Yeah, that's about all one can really say in this kind of situation, huh? The two stood in silence for a minute, each trying to process this new bombshell of information, but were suddenly interrupted by another announcement crackling over some hidden intercom. "Hero replacement needed in Anathema Annihilation, Level 2, Iteration Number 79221074, in Location C2. Variant, Venator. All standard equipment required, excluding crossbow." Survival instinct injected some adrenaline back into the vagabond's veins. "Shit! We've got to get out of here and grab those masks again before they enter, otherwise we're cooked." Just as they reached the exit, Charlie heard the familiar melodic swipe of a keycard on the other side. Fuck! There was nowhere to hide, and only one direction to run. Charlie grabbed Sneak's hand and proceeded to sprint down the hallway, flying past rows upon rows of pods. Their pounding footsteps echoed loudly from wall to wall, but that didn't matter. They would be spotted instantly anyway. He didn't look back as he heard the steel door open behind them. The apathetic, masculine voice of a drone rang clearly through the room. "Rogue hero and companion iterations sighted in hero wing of Cast Depot. Security requested." Not 10 seconds after the drone had spoken, an explosion of red light accompanied by a pressure change and a wave of nausea ripped through the space immediately in front of the fleeing duo, bringing their advance to an abrupt halt. A familiar hiss of TV static chilled Charlie's bones even more than the coldness of the air itself. "We've got to turn around," he yelled in a panic. "Move, move, move!" Sneak looked at him with a pained expression. His newly bandaged wound was clearly still exacting a massive toll, but heeded his words without question, and the two of them began to run towards the exit. Risking a glance over his shoulder, Charlie saw a mechanical set of talons grip the edge of the rapidly widening rift, followed by a foot of thick metal plating that was tangled in multicolored wiring. There were only 2 drones up ahead, and neither seemed particularly bothered by the rapid approach of the rogue cast members and the arriving security monster. The one in front was fiddling with a digital pad next to the nearest pod. As the distance closed, Charlie could see the ichor in the pod drain away. After all of it had been flushed down some sort of drain pipe in the bottom, the glass swung upwards like the door to a fighter jet's cockpit. The 3 wires connected to the drone's spine ports suddenly detached themselves with a hiss, causing the slime-covered body to fall unceremoniously forward into the arms of the second drone, who quickly heaved it over its shoulder like a sack of potatoes. A monstrous bellow like a pitched-down whistle of a steam locomotive sounded behind them, followed by the clatter of thundering footfalls, signaling the rapid approach of the rampaging security beast. Mid-run, Charlie tore off the sterile white covering he had been wearing as a disguise, completely useless now, so that he could more easily reach his holster underneath. He threw the garment behind him in a lame attempt to obscure the abomination's path, and quickly drew out the Mauser. "Go, go, go!" Charlie yelled, pushing Sneak forward, taking a second to aim before firing at the drone carrying the clone's body. The bullet hit its mark right in the back of the drone's head, causing it to collapse forward onto the ground, dropping the body from its shoulders in the process. Charlie fired another shot, hitting the second drone squarely in the chest. It slumped back against the glass of another pod and slid to the ground, painting the surface with blood. The bullet had pierced through the glass itself as well, and translucent ichor began to leak out onto the floor. Its smell was faintly reminiscent of rotting rose petals. The beast behind Charlie bellowed again, quickly closing the gap between them. He broke out into another sprint, catching up with Sneak just as he swiped the keycard again. Charlie's boots nearly slipped on the slick floor where the pod was leaking its contents, but managed to catch himself before face-planting right on top of the body of his identical copy. As soon as the door opened, the 2 of them ran for their lives down the hallway, hoping and praying to whatever higher power may be listening that the strange elevator would make another convenient appearance. The TV monstrosity exploded out from the hero wing, with a screech resembling microphone feedback so loud that Charlie thought his eardrums would burst. "There!" Sneak yelled. Charlie's heart leapt in his breast. Just a little further down the hallway, his eyes landed on the familiar antique brass of the anachronistic birdcage elevator's door. "We're nearly there! We can make it!" Adrenaline and panic seemed to negate the effects of Sneak's wound, and he arrived at the door first. He fumbled with his inner jacket pocket for a second, and then turned back around to Charlie, his face pale. "What are you waiting for?" the vagabond shouted, voice laced with fear. "Where's the MacGuffin?" "It's back in the trolley, with our other stuff," Sneak said with horror. "We left it behind." Charlie's blood drained from his face. "We fucking what?" He pivoted back around, only to be met with the hulking figure of the security monster. The vagabond ducked as it swiped at him with outstretched claws, grabbed Sneak's arm once more, and ran. "What the fuck do we do?" he yelled, eyes scanning the hallway for any other signs of a different possible means of escape. His companion spouted a stream of panicked curses while also looking around wildly. His gaze settled on a door at the end of the hall. Above it was another sign. Faraday chamber. "I have an idea, but if it doesn't work, we're dead," he yelled. "If we don't try something, we're dead anyway," Charlie screamed back. "Through there." Together, the vagabond and renegade sprinted towards the door, narrowly dodging another swipe of the beast's talons. Charlie shoved Sneak forward so that he could handle the keycard again while he whipped around to face the abomination. He raised the pistol up and fired, only 4 shots left, just as the beast launched itself at them. It flew towards them through the air, bearing its horrific maw full of pointed humanoid teeth in place of where the television screen should have been in the black TV box atop its shoulders. The bullet hit the monster in the leg, tearing through a few of the thicker cables on its thigh. It screamed, sounding like several different voices all distorted and melded together in one cacophonous, discordant cry of pain and rage. "Bathweep!" Charlie felt Sneak's hand grip the back of his shirt and pull him into the now open doorway of the Faraday chamber. The square room was small and claustrophobic. The surface of every wall, including the floor and ceiling, was made of what looked like pure polished aluminum. It was entirely empty, save for a single dim light hanging from the ceiling in the center of the room. The security monster prowled slowly into the chamber, knowing its prey was cornered with nowhere else to run. Then the door shut behind it, locking with an audible click. The vagabond and renegade clung to each other and squeezed their eyes shut, preparing for the end. The devourer didn't have to run for much longer. From somewhere up ahead, unmistakable sounds of gunfire, accompanied by various clangs and tings of metal, reached Rambo's ears. The number of cyborg corpses littering the sides of the road began to steadily increase. To keep a low profile, the devourer hunched its body close to the ground and reduced its gait from a swift lope to a measured trot. The brutalist concrete atrocities that passed as buildings suddenly ceased to line one side of the street, revealing a sprawling expanse ahead. Stretching out for over a mile was a massive field filled with great piles of twisted and rusty scrap metal oozing with oil and other dark, unidentifiable, foul-smelling liquids. It was lined with the tattered and rusty remains of a barbed wire fence, broken in most places and having completely crumbled to dust in others. In some areas, the piles of scrap metal seemed to reach almost as high as the surrounding buildings. In others, deep pits that the average person would find nigh impossible to climb out of peppered the fields like holes in a sponge. The sounds of violent confrontation were emanating from somewhere in there, as was the scent of vague familiarity. The devourer lowered itself even further, as close as it could get without cutting open its bare stomach on the sharp edges of exposed copper wires and fragmented iron scrap, and prowled like a jaguar into the jungle of junk. Cyborg corpses were strewn about the bases of nearly every large scrap pile. Who knew how many more had been swallowed down the countless gaping pits? Most of the ones visible to the devourer were riddled with bullet holes, but one corpse in particular stood out from the rest. The abomination paused to examine it in closer detail. It was a different model than that of those which had come through the portal as replacements. Instead of a robotic power arm, it was fitted with a rather sinister-looking carbon steel glaive on its left arm, and its remaining human skin was covered in geometric tattoos. What caught the eye of the abomination most, however, was a thick band of heavily indented and blistered flesh on the entity's chest. It looked like it had been hit by some kind of a large, hot disc spinning very fast. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind one of the nearby towers of scrap, followed by the rapid bang, bang, bang of another round of gunshots. "Grab its power core! That's the last thing we need to fix the bike's magnetic flux density amplifier." The voice itself was familiar, but Rambo couldn't quite put a finger on whose it was. "That's our target. Now you just need to find a way to the top of that scrap heap." Making a great effort not to cause a landslide of metal, and thereby prematurely announce its presence, the devourer slowly and steadily ascended the nearest heap. Cautiously, it raised its head above the peak to peer over the edge into the ditch below. Two figures were locked in a battle against a swarm of cyborgs of various model types. One was wearing a rather anachronistic-looking slate-blue helmet and cuirass over a padded navy gambeson jacket, an outfit that vaguely resembled an off-color World War II Soviet uniform. The man was holding a pistol in his outstretched arms, firing off pinpoint-accurate rounds at any cyborg that was daring enough to expose its body from behind one of the many surrounding piles of towering scrap metal. As the figure turned in the commotion, Rambo saw the distinct black squares of Shofal's logo on a white patch peek out from underneath the man's body armor. Rambo's entire body tensed. Is that the drone who killed Nikki? The man's equipment was certainly similar, with the one exception of the added helmet and variant color scheme. The devourer couldn't quite discern his face, however. Perhaps, but let's not be too hasty. While you are an efficient murder machine, you're clearly not invincible, and he has a gun. Rambo continued to observe the figure while remaining motionless himself. The man appeared to be trying to get closer to one of the corpses that was littering the ground, while simultaneously protecting the other figure who was currently yelling something about machine parts. So that's the voice I heard earlier. What's he up to? The other man in question had a distinctly different outfit than his companion. He was clad in sage and ebony-colored techwear, trimmed with glowing LED lights of neon green. Obscuring his eyes were a set of emerald-tinted lenses that resembled a cross between sunglasses and ski goggles, and slung over his back was a strange-looking rifle, also embossed with neon lights. Where's this guy going? Laser tag? He was presently bent over a panel on the rear fender of the machine that looked like a love child of a snowmobile and a motorcycle. Its sleek, avocado-colored hood and body were lined with lights very similar to those on the drone's outfit. In place of a tire or a pair of skis, a horizontally oriented disc of green-tinted metal appeared to be magnetically suspended in the air just below the hood. It rotated slowly, but remained in place. A second metal disc was propped up against the rear fender next to the figure himself. That disc looks about the same width as the impact mark on that cyborg's chest. I assume it's some kind of wheel for this weird vehicle, and these two are evidently trying to fix it. "Hurry up!" the man called out. As he turned back to look at his companion, Rambo caught a glimpse of another black and white Shofal patch under his hooded cavalier-style cloak. They're definitely with Shofal. But why are they attacking the cyborgs? You've seen how Shofall employees treat other Shofall employees. The Devourer remembered the crack of plastic between its metal jaws as it tore into the offering Hetch had given it back in the operating room. The drones in these cyborgs were evidently expendable to upper management, perhaps due to their sheer numbers. They should unionize. Really? You think now is the time to make jokes? Besides, they wouldn't hesitate to metaphorically cannibalize each other, just as you literally cannibalized them. The man with the 20th century body armor and helmet suddenly ran up to the vehicle with a glowing dodecahedron-shaped object in his hand. "Here's the doohickey. Just get the damn thing working," he said as he tossed it over, then proceeded to fire another bullet straight into the neck of an oncoming cyborg. It gurgled a bit before falling backwards, its metallic arm clanging noisily into the scrap metal beneath it. That's definitely the same pistol and weird rifle those two guys had back on the ice. My memory must be a little hazy on the colors. It's gotta be them. Rambo faintly remembered hearing the sounds of his friends screaming in the distance before he had found what remained of Nikki. Either Sneeg and Charlie are already dead, or these two drones must have captured them and taken them somewhere, probably to do to them what Hetch did to me, turning them into more of his devourers. Not on my watch. Just as the green-clad man fitted the strange object, presumably the power core he'd asked for earlier, into a socket within the bowels of the odd vehicle, the devourer launched itself from the top of the scrap heap, descending upon the drones like a leopard on its prey, its claws outstretched for the kill. Were it not for the rustle of the small avalanche of displaced metal caused by the backwards force of the devourer's leap, its targets would have been caught completely unaware. With razor-sharp reflexes, the armored drone whirled around at the sound, saw the blood-soaked biomechanical beast hurtling towards him out of nowhere, and shoved his companion to the side in one fluid movement. The devourer crashed into the ground, just beyond the vehicle, and, after shaking some flakes of iron and pieces of copper wiring free from its mane of dark blonde hair like a dog, rose to its full height on its robotic hind legs. It opened the metal paneling on its mask as wide as possible in a menacing threat display, and bellowed a challenge. The mechanical roar sounded more like a powerful sports car starting its engine than the call of a wild animal, but the beast's predatory intent was conveyed just fine. The green-cloaked drone recovered remarkably quickly. His visor had been knocked to the ground, revealing the white mark of a long scar across a face Rambo did not quite recognize, but once again found vaguely familiar. "That's him! That's the man who killed Nikki, I'm sure of it!" "Get over here and let's go!" the man shouted, slamming the panel on the vehicle back down. As he did so, the dislocated metal disc shuddered, then suddenly leapt from its place beside the bike and flung itself into position beneath the rear fender. The devourer lunged towards the bike, swiping its claws towards the armored man who was trying to make his way towards the back of the seat. He ducked, just narrowly avoiding getting his throat slashed by the abomination's saber-like talons. "What the fuck is that thing?" he screamed in a panic. "The cyborg leader or some shit?" The other drone grabbed the rifle from over his shoulder and swung the butt of the stock at the devourer's head, making contact with the side of the beast's jaw. The devourer reeled. If half of its face hadn't been encased in metal, its lower jaw easily would have been dislocated by the force of the impact. "Doesn't matter what it is, just get on the damn bike!" The man didn't waste a single precious second. Using the moment he had granted himself by momentarily stunning the abomination, he slung his rifle back over his shoulder and swung his leg up over the side of the vehicle. His companion was already seated behind him, reloading another round of cartridges into his broom-handle pistol. "Let's get the fuck out of here!" With the press of a single button, the vehicle thrummed to life, and the floating discs pushed the body of the bike upwards until the entire machine hovered a few inches off the ground. The devourer shook its head and pounced at it with an enraged snarl. The armored drone took aim and fired, causing the beast to twist itself awkwardly in midair to avoid being shot right in the chest. As the vehicle took off over the nearest scrap pile, gliding over it as easily as a seabird over the crest of a wave, the devourer crashed right into the heap, sending pieces of discarded metal and plastic flying everywhere. "Don't let them get away!" The abomination grunted and proceeded to pull itself out from underneath the mountain of scrap. As soon as it recovered, it dropped down onto all fours, breaking out into a full sprint through the junkyard. While its quarry did have a head start, the devourer was fast and nimble. The scent of fear and fresh blood was easy to track, even amidst the clogged, heavily polluted air. The devourer leapt on top of another scrap pile to give itself a better vantage point. It instantly found its target. A ray of lime-green light trailed behind the fleeing vehicle like a ribbon, betraying its exact position like a beacon. "They're leaving the scrapyard and heading for the main road." Cut them off. Whereas the bike had to weave in between the mounds of metal, or slow its pace by ascending and descending each one, the beast sprang from one crust of junk to the next, gaining ground with comparative ease. As soon as the bike had passed through a hole in the crumbling barbed wire fence encircling the wasteland and its disc-like wheels were hovering over the road, it suddenly gained a burst of speed. The devourer vaulted over the fence after it, causing sparks to fly as its claws skidded on the slick tarmac. It roared upon seeing its prey gaining ground once again, and took off in a frenzied gallop. "It's still chasing after us!" It overheard the armored drone yell to its companion, who was occupied with driving the vehicle. The devourer sprinted after the green light. It could feel the adrenaline coursing through its veins, fueling its feverish pursuit like jet fuel. The gap was closing. "Hold on tight. I'll try to lose it," the other man ordered back. "Shoot it if it gets too close." Twisted concrete structures and deteriorating billboards flew past at a dizzying speed. Suddenly, the bike made a hard right turn, almost at a 90-degree angle. The devourer couldn't slow its momentum in time, and shot past it completely. It clawed itself to a halt, and readjusted its position before sprinting after its quarry once more. The bike was headed straight for a nearby abandoned skyscraper. The neon lights of the vehicle glinted off of the reflective, obsidian-like glass, growing brighter each moment like a comet nearing the Earth's atmosphere. "What the hell are you doing? We're going to crash!" screeched the armored man, who at this point was clinging onto the other drone's back like it was a lifeline. "Just trust me," the drone replied, his emerald cavalier cloak whirling wildly out behind him. "Use their fear against them. This is your opening. The blue one's distracted." The abomination sprung on top of a pile of cement debris, using its gathered momentum to leap higher and higher from exposed beams to the tops of crumbling signposts. Just as the bike looked like it was about to crash straight into the side of the obsidian skyscraper, the devourer descended upon its prey once more. This time, the armored drone didn't have his gun at the ready. This time, they couldn't roll out of the way. The devourer's outstretched talons made direct contact with the cuirass of the armored drone, the force knocking him clear out of his seat. As his hands were still clinging onto the other with all of his might, the driver consequently fell with him. As the vehicle now had no one to steer it, it proceeded to collide right into the glass wall, causing a rain of obsidian black shards to explode inward. The drone let go. It seemed to the devourer that as all three of them flew through the air, they were suspended for a second, as if in slow motion. And then, the world came crashing back down. The bike and the shattered glass hit the ground first, followed immediately by the armored drone. He collided with the floor with a meaty thud, which sent his helmet flying, and his body was instantly pinned down underneath the claws of the beast. A loud crash, followed by a string of expletives, signaled the nearby impact of his companion. Under its claws, the devourer's prey looked up at the predator with frightened eyes, paralyzed with fear. He wheezed, his breathing ragged, and a trail of dark blood trickled from the side of his mouth. "You'll suffer for what you did to Nikki, for what you've done, or were going to do, to the rest of them." The devourer cracked open its steel mandibles and bellowed. The drone remained completely motionless, his body slack. The only movement came from his eyes, the pupils contracting to pinpoints in abject terror. Only then did the abomination notice the blood-soaked metal beam of rebar that was jutting out from underneath the drone's back, evidently having snapped his spine upon impact. Or maybe just paralyzed. Out of the corner of its eye, the devourer saw the other drone begin to claw himself out from under a pile of rubble near to where the vehicle was laying on its side, with its wheels still suspended adjacent to the fenders, but spinning erratically. He raised a shaky hand up towards the beast imploringly. "No, please, let him live," he pleaded, his voice weak. The devourer's eyes narrowed. "I begged for mercy once. I screamed for it until my throat was hoarse and the blood streamed from my mouth. Then you sewed it shut with wires. I called for help until it became crystal clear that no one was listening, or that no one cared. Then You took away my voice entirely. You stole my humanity. You killed all that was good in me, leaving nothing behind but memories of blood and misery. I refuse to let you do the same to anyone else. I am the monster that you created. I've been molded by your own hand. So go on. Beg for mercy. You will reap only what you have sown. I give back to you only what you have given to me. No words had been spoken, but somehow the devourer knew the drone understood what was about to happen. The drone watched helplessly as the abomination's steel mandibles clamped down onto the exposed face of his companion, as it slowly wrenched its head back, taking its time while ripping out the lower jaw, tongue, and throat. The bone-chilling sound of tearing flesh and snapping tendons echoed within the vast halls of the glass superstructure's desolate skeleton. Dark blood began to pool around the eviscerated corpse as it gurgled and twitched lifelessly, further staining the already blood-sullied metal of the devourer's inhuman limbs and face. It glinted in the shafts of red light that shone from the panels of its mask. For the first time, a new and unexpected feeling welled within the abomination's chest. Satisfaction. Despite the beast's lack of a tongue, it could almost taste the sweetness of the blood in its mouth. Blood that wasn't its own. Blood that meant it had finally achieved the revenge it had been seeking for all this time. The devourer closed its eyes, sat back on its haunches, and breathed deeply. If it could, it would have smiled. But at the very next moment, a histrionic voice interrupted the moment as it rang through the building. "Oh, Rambo, I tried to warn you about what would happen if you took on the role of a savior with bloodied hands, but alas, you failed to heed my words." The devourer's eyes flew open, and it immediately sprang to its feet. "Hetch, where the hell is he? Can't he let me have one moment of peace?" "You were my favorite, you know. But I do admit, you were always rather slow to catch on to things." "What the hell is he talking about?" Rambo prowled around the hall, searching intently for signs of the speaker that must be hidden somewhere, not bothering to even acknowledge the other drone as it began to crawl slowly towards its slaughtered companion. The scarlet lights on his mask throbbed like a heartbeat, growing brighter with each pulse. "You think of yourself as a Hamlet, an avenger of ghosts, do you not?" No matter where Rambo moved, he still couldn't pinpoint the origin of the voice. It seemed to be coming from all directions at once. "Yet you're nothing but a Quixote, tilting at windmills." He paced back and forth. The director's voice, while it was not rising in pitch, felt like it was somehow being amplified. "Take a look, dear Quixote. See things as they are. In searching for a monster to kill, you slew your Dulcinea." The lights framing his face flickered out like candles. Rambo turned back around to face the body of the drone. Except it wasn't a drone. History really does like to repeat itself, doesn't it? Rambo was met with the all-too-familiar sight of the body of Sneak lying prone on the floor, with his left arm extended limply out to the side. His throat had been completely ripped out, and the blood still pooling from the gaping wound had coated his breastplate, soaking the fabric underneath and turning it nearly black. His eyes were still open, glazed over with lifelessness, but petrified in a perfect picture of pure terror. Only this time, it wasn't Shofal's security that was responsible for the scene. Rambo looked down at his blood-soaked hands. The wire-laced steel rattled as the digits began to shake. Would the stain never wash away? No, not like this. Not like this. I wanted to protect them. I wanted to save them. And now look what you've done. You failed, yet again. As I said before, Hetch really was right about you. Tears began to stream down Rambo's face, washing away streaks of blood as they slid over the sullied metal paneling of his mask. "No! Hetch orchestrated the whole thing back in the facility, and you were the one that goaded me into attacking them here. You seem to be leaving out one rather important detail. And what the fuck may that be? I am you. You are me. We are the same." The devourer reeled, clutching its face with its claws and crawling backwards until its back hit a large chunk of cement rubble. "That's not true!" "Don't lie. You said yourself that you are the monster in this game. You took up the mantle of devourer. You accepted this role of your own volition. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Rambo shook his head from side to side in an effort to clear his own mind, squeezed his eyes shut, and screamed, a guttural, inorganic wail spliced with the churning of gears. Before he could accidentally crack open his skull on one of the many surrounding chunks of metal and concrete debris in his hysteria, the disciplinary trigger sent a jolt of electricity shooting through his spine. He opened his eyes and hunched low to the ground, breathing heavily. The click of a pistol's charging handle drew his attention. Rambo's eyes rose slowly to meet another familiar face staring back at him, white-hot fury burning in his eyes. He froze. Charlie? He was standing between Rambo and the fallen body of Sneeg, holding his companion's bloodied combat knife in one hand and the pistol in the other, hands steady, despite the rest of his body shaking. It felt like time had momentarily stopped, along with the Devourer's heartbeat. Oh my God, Charlie, you're alive! You're okay! Warm tears welled up once more in the beast's eyes. I made it to you in time! Without thinking, Rambo ever so cautiously took a single step forward. The lights on his mask flickered slightly, and Charlie's face suddenly appeared to glitch and mutate. Rambo flinched. Be careful not to lose your head, Macbeth, said the visage of Hetch, his mouth twisted into a fiendish grin. You already lost Banquo. What the hell is going on? Rambo halted his movement, every muscle in his body tensed and on edge. Who are you, really? The face of his opponent flickered again, once more adopting Charlie's tormented features. Why? He implored, his voice cracking with anguished rage. Why did you do this? What kind of sick game is this? Rambo took another step forward, and immediately felt the sting of a bullet as it grazed his ear. If you take another step closer, I won't hesitate to put a bullet between your eyes and put you down like the beast you are for what you did, Charlie seethed. For what you and the rest of Showfall put us all through. As Rambo began to back up against the concrete wall again like a cornered animal, Charlie began to slowly make his way over to the fallen vehicle, sheathing the knife, but not once taking his eyes or the pistol off of the abomination in front of him. Good, you can understand me. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. I'll find Rambo, find the others, before you can maim them first, you sick creature. Charlie, I'm right here! Rambo stared at him with pained eyes, but was unwilling to move for fear of being shot at again. Charlie kept his pistol trained on the Devourer with one hand, and hoisted himself onto the saddle of the hovering vehicle with the other. There was nothing but pure, seething hate in his eyes for the blood-soaked beast he perceived in front of him. Wait, please, don't leave me here! Charlie pressed a button on the bike's console, and it thrummed to life. Please, don't leave me alone with myself, not when I just found you again. Rambo remained in his spot, but couldn't help digging his talons into the floor beneath him as his body became racked by mechanical sobbing. The lights on his mask strobed in time with his erratic breathing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I never meant for any of this to happen. I just want to go home. For us all to go home. Just as Charlie was about to leave Rambo behind in the bowels of the building, with nothing but the corpse of his friend for company, a loud crash from above caused both of them to suddenly shift their eyes upwards. A shower of glass shards began to rain down, and Charlie quickly leaped back off the bike and hid underneath it, using its levitating form as cover. Rambo stood up and flattened himself as tightly as he could to the back wall, shielding his head with his hands. A massive figure fell to the floor before them with a wet thump, causing the ground to shake. The impact was followed by the much slower, although not necessarily more graceful, spiraling descent of yet another hoverbike, identical to Charlie's in all but the color scheme. While the lights on his were a bright emerald green, these were a stark cerulean blue. Atop the new vehicle sat two figures. The driver was clad in the black suit of a typical Showfall drone, with a face Rambo did not recognize, and the other was wearing a tattered white undershirt and pair of trousers not dissimilar to the ones on the corpse before him. As soon as the rain of glass stopped falling, Rambo took a closer look at the second figure. He immediately lowered himself into a menacing quadrupedal stance, a threatening growl emanating from his throat. That's impossible! Charlie's voice wavered from somewhere to the side of him. The red lights on Rambo's mask flickered like stubborn embers. As soon as the vehicle stabilized itself, A theatrical voice rang pure and clear in his ears once more. "Did you miss me?" the director asked with a smile. Only the end never arrived. After a few seconds of agonizing silence, Charlie ever so slowly cracked open his eyes. The security monster was kneeling down, head arched, unmoving. Even though it didn't have any eyes to speak of, Charlie could tell it was looking at them intently, intelligently, but no longer with any obvious malice. "Sneak," Charlie whispered. "You can let go of me now. I think your plan worked." The renegade, whose face had just been buried in the vagabond's shoulder, raised his head slowly. Upon seeing the strangely docile stance of the TV monster, he promptly detached his trembling grip from his companion's midriff, coughed awkwardly, and stepped to the side. Charlie slowly decocked his pistol, placed it back into the holster on his hip, and took a cautious step towards the creature. "Is it deactivated?" A subtle tilt from the monster's head revealed otherwise. Charlie flinched. "Guess not." He turned to look at Sneak. "What happened to it? Why did it stop attacking us?" Sneak crossed his arms. "Remember how in the Phantoptics chip production room, the announcement said that the department has full control over what we perceive, and how they're technically not forcing us to act in any particular way?" Charlie cocked an eyebrow. "Yeah? What are you getting at?" "Well, what if there was a way to shut off their control through disrupting the signal to our chips?" "Go on." Sneak gestured around the room. "The sign said that this room is a Faraday chamber, something that obstructs certain electromagnetic fields." "Oh, right. I forgot his video game perk was knowing a lot of random stuff about electromagnet whatever. Meaning that there was a small chance it could disrupt the radio frequency that Shofall must be using to communicate with our chips." The renegade pointed a thumb at the subdued security. "And if we are being influenced by those chips, then I thought there may be a chance that this thing was too. Looks like my guess was correct." "Huh," Charlie said, impressed. He took another step closer to the beast. Its head followed his movements. Hello? Can you understand me?" he asked cautiously. The creature then proceeded to open its maw. Charlie flinched again, but quickly realized that it was not preparing to bite him, but rather to simply expose the inside of its mouth to him, like it had just been asked by a doctor to say, "ah." A tiny red light blinked rhythmically in the back of its throat. I don't know Morse code." Sneak gently pushed the vagabond out of the way. "I do." After peering into the mouth of the beast for a minute, his eyes widened. It's, okay? I mean, not really. Actually, it's definitely not okay. But I guess you weren't directly responsible, so, I forgive you?" Sneak lightly elbowed Charlie's arm. "My friend did also just shoot you in the leg just now, so I suppose we're sort of even. Sorry about that." Charlie looked at him in bewilderment. "What did it say?" Sneak turned to him with a sheepish sort of look on his face. "It, apologized for brutally murdering me before. Back when I tried to escape the facility, I mean." "Oh." Charlie remembered fleeing with Rambo towards the facility's exit, only for it to be blocked off by this security abomination as it towered over Sneak's corpse. "I see. Anything else?" he asked. Sneak turned back to peer at the light in the monster's throat for a minute, and then frowned in confusion. It's asking me if it has permission to use my voice. Any idea what that means?" A sudden recollection of agony flashed through Charlie's mind as the memory of being pinned under this beast's claws passed before his mind's eye. Some of the living wires that made up its body had stabbed into his own, granting the creature the power to mimic his voice. Then he remembered how the same beast had completely incapacitated him when he had tried to rescue Rambo from Hetch, erasing his autonomy, and causing him to be the one to lace his friend's hands full of wires, stringing him up like a trophy. He swallowed nervously. "No," the vagabond said, protectively stepping in front of Sneak. "I won't allow you to hurt him like you hurt me." Slowly, as if it wanted to make a point of showing that it didn't want to cause harm, the abomination raised a single clawed hand with its palm up. It tilted its head to the side, pointed a long steel talon at its own neck, and then at Sneak's. "I think it means it wants to use one of my ports," Sneak said carefully. The monster nodded slowly. "Are you sure?" Charlie hissed. It may reset you. After a moment, Sneak nodded. It may be able to tell us how to beat this game and get out of here. I don't really see how aimlessly running through this labyrinth of a facility until we inevitably get torn to shreds by rats will get us any farther. I can't take that choice away from him. Charlie took a deep, shuddering breath. Okay, it's your decision. I'm sure. Sneak gently pushed Charlie's hand aside, then turned around so that his back was to the beast's maw. He pulled the back of his shirt collar down to expose the black rim of the highest port on his neck, and exhaled. Okay, I'm ready. The creature gave a low rumble of assent and stretched its mouth open a little wider. A thin, white cable began to emerge out of it, like a long, prehensile tongue. The tip of it waved in the air for a second like the head of a snake, and then gingerly inserted itself into the port at the back of the renegade's neck. He winced slightly, but raised a hand up to stop his companion from interrupting the process. All three of them stood in silence for a few moments. Then, the sound of static emanated from the creature's throat. It glitched and jumped, tuning itself like an old radio, flitting through indecipherable syllables of garbled gibberish. The discordant voices began to grow sharper and more distinguishable, one by one dropping away until, Hello? Sounded Sneak's voice from within the maw of the TV. Sneak's own mouth was shut. Is that still you, Sneak? Charlie asked, nervously. That wasn't me, the renegade said, quietly. The entity raised its head slightly. No, it said, in a perfect copy of the tone of Sneak's voice. The only perceptible difference was the cadence of the delivery. It projected the sound from its throat like a gramophone without needing to move its tongue at all. It was me. Charlie steeled himself and stared up at the little light in the beast's throat. This is about as close as I'm going to get to making eye contact, I think. I suppose I should properly introduce ourselves. I'm Charlie. This is Sneak. Who are you? Another low rumbling noise emanated from the creature's throat. Greetings, Charlie. My name is Evelyn. Evelyn. Where have I seen that name before? Charlie scoured his mind, landing back in the auditorium of McFall Theatre. The actress from one of those framed posters? That can't be right. Evelyn Campbell? He asked hesitantly. The entity tilted its, her, head again, evidently surprised. How did you know that? Sneak glanced at Charlie. Without moving, even so much as to turn his head to look back at the abomination, he spoke up. We, saw your name on a poster in an old theater. Evelyn growled softly, shifted her weight a little, and began to scratch restlessly at the floor with a single talon. That place should have been burned and buried a long time ago. Charlie swallowed nervously. I take it you don't like that theater very much. It was my prison for over half a century, where they took away not only my body, but my mind as well. You mean they put a phantoptics chip in your brain too? And who's they? The musculature of Evelyn's body, covered by taut and decaying grayish skin and interwoven with an innumerable amount of exposed, multicolored wires and cables, flexed as she tensed, evidently trying not to physically lash out with bottled anger. Sneak shifted a little with apprehension, but did his best not to reflexively wrench out the cable from his neck. Adam, she hissed, and Hector. Her copy of Sneak's voice was dripping with ill-concealed hatred. Charlie thought back to the various names on the newspaper clippings. The director from a century ago? And his apprentice? I looked up to him, once, back when the theater was still just a theater. Her exposed ribs expanded as she inhaled a deep breath to calm herself. How much do you know of this infernal place? Only what was on the posters, up until your director, Adam, closed the theater in the mid-40s, I think. Evelyn averted her gaze and shifted her weight again in agitation. Then you only know half the story. The vagabond took a step forward. Can you share the rest with us? He asked with a note of encouragement. The abomination was silent for a second, and then turned her head back to him. Adam McFall was the Inception. He was not just the original writer and director of what would come to be known as McFall Theatre's original productions, but he was, and still is, the founder of this whole nightmarish operation. Do you recall the name Rufus Powell? He was the original owner of the theater, right? Before Adam renamed it? Of Infinity's Aperture, yes. This was before my time. From what I heard of him, Powell had a kind heart. He took Adam under his wing, although it was more out of pity for Adam's little sister than anything else. He had a sister? Yes. Freya, her name was, if memory serves. But alas, hard times came for us all. Charlie furrowed his brow. The Great Depression, right? Evelyn nodded. Powell managed to keep the business afloat for a time, I believe by converting the theater into a speakeasy. Audiences of more well-off folk, the few that remained, came in droves, but more for Powell's meager supply of alcohol than for his own productions. During that time, Freya grew ill. Adam could barely afford to feed them both on his performer's salary, let alone buy her medicine. Powell did what he could, but there were limits even to his generosity. Eventually, he could no longer afford to pay Adam at all. Freya passed. Charlie crossed his arms and thought, did Powell die from the same illness as Adam's sister? I remember the newspaper clippings said that Powell passed the business to him after he died. Evelyn thudded a clawed hand into the ground. No. What that paper didn't tell you is that he was murdered. By Adam. Sneak, who had been listening intently up until now, suddenly interjected. Why? Especially after he had been his benefactor for all that time. Evelyn growled. Adam would always tell me it was vengeance for his little sister, but I know for a fact that it was his scorned pride and nothing else. Pride? Adam was originally known only for his acting, but his true interests lay in the ink on the script, not the light on the stage. I know he showed his early works to Powell on multiple occasions, but was turned down each time. One too many times, it would seem. Until Adam decided to take the reins for himself, Charlie concluded. Indeed. It was only after Adam had rebranded Infinity's Aperture after himself that I entered the scene. She paused, collecting herself. I was just a girl of 16 at the time, eager to taste the limelight, no matter the cost. She shook her head. Foolish child, too naive to understand what was to come. Evelyn continued. Adam's productions were all of a very macabre nature. As much as I now loathe the man, I do admit his work was unique. Excellent, even. But horrific. All of Powell's usual audiences were driven away, disgusted by them. But they drew in a newer, more fervent crowd. The pay was good for an actress of such a young age, but the nature of Adam's productions took a toll on me. I wanted to further my career elsewhere, see what else I could accomplish, but Adam forbade me to leave. It was only then that he told me the truth of Powell's fate, threatening me with a similar one if I did not choose to remain in the limelight. So, I did. One of Adam's zealous new fans was Hector Anderson. She spat out the syllables of the man's name, her detestation obvious. He wanted to follow in Adam's footsteps. He was very adamant about wanting an apprenticeship. Eventually, Adam gave it to him, if only to get him to shut up. He was only a boy then, but he learned quickly. Equally quickly, I learned that the boy was a sadist and a narcissist, viewing the macabre nature of Adam's shows as an object of reverence and enjoyment, rather than as an artful commentary on the darker side of the human experience. Other cast members came and went, but one who would stick around was Jeremy Albertson. The puzzler? Charlie interrupted. Evelyn rumbled her assent. As you knew him, yes. He was a kind man, naive and earnest, as I used to be. He believed McFall's works to be almost Shakespearean, in a way. Art of the highest quality, with messages that not only deserved, but needed to be heard. Evelyn drummed her talons against the floor. Hector, or the Hetch, as he liked to be called, grew jealous of us. He envied our limelight, but most of all, he coveted the attention that Adam bestowed upon us, mostly me. I became a target for Hector's ire. He would only relent when Adam himself was in the room, upon which he would transform into a model of the perfect student. She stopped the rhythmic motion of her claws, only to drag them across the aluminum surface again, creating a painful noise like chalk on a blackboard. The two-faced cretin. She exhaled tersely, recomposing herself. In any case, Adam was soon drafted to fight in what became World War II, and he had the brilliant idea to install Hector as interim director in his place. Evidently, he had communicated to Hector his strategy for keeping Jeremy and I in line. If it weren't for his constant threats of violence, we never would have stayed. Didn't you have anyone you could have reached out to? In your family, I mean, Charlie ventured. No. Both Jeremy and I had no one. I was orphaned as a child. He was cast out and estranged for reasons I never pried into. We were alone. After several years of reflection, I understand it was probably for that reason, rather than our skill on stage, that Adam employed us in the first place. Charlie felt guilty for asking. I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be. I don't remember my family, and as much as I would have liked to, I cannot change the past. Sneeg interjected, seeking to steer the story back on course. Adam, he was rescued from some German facility and closed down the theater when he returned, yes? Evelyn hesitated. It's not as simple as that. The papers say he was rescued. Indeed, that's what the public believes. If it were true, this place wouldn't exist as it does. She gestured to the room, and by extension the whole building around them. So what happened? I am uncertain of the details. Adam was a changed man when he returned. Although he did threaten me in the past, he also confided in me. No longer. Without telling any of us how, except for perhaps Hector, he had received a seemingly infinite amount of funding to spend on whatever projects he liked. The papers mentioned he bought the buildings above and around the theater. Why? Sneeg asked. To build this. When Adam left, McFall Theater died, and any trace of old Infinity's aperture died with it. When he returned, Showfall Media was born. Something happened to Adam when he was away. He met someone. I don't know who. He simply calls them the first patron of the arts. Whoever they are, they're some kind of genius. They provide Adam with technology no one has ever seen before, and Adam uses his productions as a means to test that technology. Like the Phantoptics chip? Yes, although those came decades later. They were quite a recent invention, in fact, no more than a few years old. What preceded them was consciousness transmission. At this point, Evelyn grew strangely silent. The analog television atop her shoulders hung almost dejectedly, and she fiddled with her claws. Consciousness transmission? Charlie probed. She raised her head again to meet him, and the red light blinked. This body is not my own, she said slowly. Charlie thought back to the room full of his own clones. Yeah, I know the feeling. No, you don't. Her voice, or rather Sneeg's voice, was harsh, filled with a pain that was incomprehensibly profound. Was she more like Rambo? Or Nikki? Where pieces of her kept getting taken away until there was barely anything left that wasn't wire or steel? Is this what they would all become in time? Shortly after returning from the war, and sometime during the construction of what you know to be Showfall Media Tower, Adam was given a critical diagnosis, stage 3 terminal brain cancer. Charlie was silent. Evelyn continued. Showfall's mysterious benefactor, the first patron, provided Adam with prototype consciousness transmission technology. Out of his fervent desire to preserve himself, he decided to try to test the equipment on himself and on Jeremy. Did it work? Sneeg asked carefully. No. Both were heavily scarred by the procedure, which was a failure. The faces of both Adam and Jeremy were permanently disfigured. Jeremy was forced to use prosthetics and other forms of FX makeup during all of his subsequent performances to hide the damage from the public. He became known for his rather iconic faces. So that's why he looked like a living Billy the Puppet from Saw? Absolutely never would have guessed that. I thought it was just for the creepy aesthetic. Adam, however, only grew more desperate. It's a wonder he even survived another 2 years. In that time, however, the first patron was able to hone the transmission technology into something more stable. And so, Adam tried again, but this time with me. Evelyn slowly raised up a clawed hand in front of her face, twisting it to and fro as if examining it. He was 52 at the time. I was 20 years younger. The experiment, fortunately for him, was a success. He has been freely walking around in my body ever since. At this, she balled her hand up into a fist. Unfortunately for me, my mind was then stuck inside the emaciated, near corpse of a man with a stage 3 tumor in his brain. Holy shit, was all Charlie could respond with at that moment. Adam was never a sentimental man, but he was possessive. He never truly cared for me, but he couldn't just let me die, either. He repurposed my, or rather, his body into what you see before you now. The head could not be salvaged, the tumor is to thank for that. That day, Adam took from me not only my body, but my voice. My consciousness remained, here in this prison of rotten flesh and rusted metal. I hated him for it. Evelyn growled her next words, seeping with white-hot resentment. The bastard then had the audacity to use my body, my voice, to announce to the world that he had died and had left the company in its entirety to his most beloved actress, in the same manner that Powell had supposedly done for him. And not only that, she laughed without a hint of humor, but Hector's jealousy of me grew in those months. It mattered not that I had no voice, nothing of my own save the thoughts in my head. He was envious that Adam had named me his favorite, claiming that he should have been the new face of Showfall, and not I. She spat the words like venom. I couldn't take Hector's ire and Adam's disdain any longer. Not to mention that they had just received some new tech from their beloved patron that would allow them to retain their current forms in perpetuity, in the form of combining the old consciousness transmission technology with a new cloning procedure. I couldn't allow them to grant themselves virtual immortality. Their hubris already knew no bounds. So I attacked them. But, alas, I couldn't even get close, thanks to Adam's new drone staff. I was deemed a threat by Adam and a distraction by Hector, and so they confined me to the old theater underneath the media tower. There I stayed for nearly 3/4 of a century. Adam never deigned to visit me. Hector did occasionally, but only to taunt and berate me. The only visits I looked forward to were from Jeremy, the only one of us who still had any semblance of humanity left. The day finally came, around 3 years ago, when Showfall's phantoptics chips were perfected. I was the first of Showfall's staff to have one implemented. I was then promoted to becoming the company's security, finally allowed to leave my prison under the tower now that the ownership of my mind no longer belonged to me. The last thing I had to my name, my mental autonomy, is gone. Evelyn hung her head again, grieving her own loss. Hector does with me what he sees fit, treating me more like some pet dog he can command at will than a human being. Adam constructed this Faraday chamber to be able to converse with anyone with a phantoptics chip out from under any outside influence, namely Hector's. But still, he has not yet spoken to me, even after all these years. Against all reason, I hold a shred of hope in my heart that that man feels guilty for what he did, to me, and to all of the company's victims. But I know that's unlikely. The three of them stood in silence for a few moments. Both Sneak and Charlie stared forward, dumbfounded. I'm so sorry for all that you've been through. Charlie broke the silence first. I knew whatever Showfall was doing was horrendous, but I never thought it could do anything of this scale, let alone for this long. You never deserved any of this. He paused. Neither did Jeremy. He deserved a better end. Evelyn lurched forward, almost accidentally ripping the cord out of Sneak's port. Did something else happen to Jeremy? What did Hector do? Her, Sneak's, voice was laced with concern. Oh no. She doesn't know. I'm not sure how to break this to you, Charlie began carefully, but he's dead. He braced himself for Evelyn to lash out, or at least to roar, or something, but she just stood there. A quiet, Oh, was all she said. Her last friend in the world, possibly the last person who even knew she was alive, aside from Adam and Hedge. And us now, I guess. I can't imagine what must be going through her mind right now. How did it happen? She asked, eventually. Hedge, blew him up, I think, Charlie said bluntly. I see. I knew it wouldn't be too long before Jeremy overstepped. He cared too much, as I did, abhorring what he was forced to do by the directors. But Hector likes tormenting me too much to get rid of me. Jeremy irked him. I believe he was looking for any excuse to finally be rid of him. I hope he's happy, now that he's Adam's one and only special little boy. After another rather awkward moment of silence, Sneak turned his head to look over his shoulder at the red light in Evelyn's maw and opted to change the subject. Is there anything you can tell us about this video game that we're in? If we could figure out how to escape it, maybe we can help you, too, he said. Evelyn chuckled mirthlessly once more. Video game? This is no game, lad. This is reality. This is the meaning of infinity. I've been trapped here for decades. If I had figured out a means of escape, don't you think I would have tried it already? The renegade wasn't about to give up that easily. What about the portals Shofal uses to travel to other worlds? The clone replacement process? The weird elevator? Anything you could tell us about how this stupid system works could help to at least point us in the right direction. I do not know how the rifts work, only that they do. If I had to hazard a guess concerning the nature of the other worlds, I'd say they are merely a product of the phantoptics chip tampering with our perception, although I cannot be certain. How they'd be able to make me falsely perceive a face or a smell, I understand. An entire landscape? With its own weather and fucked-up zombified ecosystem? I'm not so sure. If the other worlds, as you say, are real, Evelyn continued, then the elevator you speak of acts as a bridge for Shofal employees who do not have access to a rift blade, clone replacement units and such. As for the clones themselves, I do know a little about. You, she turned her head to Charlie, are Hector's newest hero. Each time you die, a copy of your consciousness and memories gets uploaded to a new phantoptics chip, which is then inserted into a new vessel. Your memory is edited, anamnesis blockers are implemented, and the vessel is then transported by a crew of drones to the corresponding location where your replacement is needed. To my understanding, you have access to a near-infinite number of replacements for each iteration. Here she turned back to Sneak. You, and the foes you encounter, do not. A bead of sweat ran down the renegade's brow, which grew more deeply furrowed as he processed this information. So, if Charlie dies, he gets resurrected, infinitely, sort of, he began. But if I die, that's it? For this iteration of you, yes. But from what I have seen, there are an indefinite number of iterations, so your copies may as well be as vast in number as your companions. The vagabond and renegade exchanged glances. One last thing, Sneak began. How can we get one of those, rift blades you mentioned? We're trying to find our friend. Evelyn made a rumbling noise of curiosity. Who is it you seek? Ranbu, Charlie speak up. He was Hector's previous hero. Before me, I mean. Describe him for me. He's Charlie scratched his neck and coughed awkwardly. He's the one you, threw off of a cliff? We, rescued him from the river after you left. Ah, you're referring to the Devourer. The what? One of Hector's prized abominations. You've already slain one. It was my job to make sure you did not have to physically engage with another quite so soon. Nikki. He's not an abomination. He's still in there, Evelyn. Just like you. We've got to help him. Evelyn rumbled a piteous sort of tone. I am sorry, dear boy. But your friend is gone. His mind does not belong to him, as mine does not belong to me. You cannot help him now. No, Charlie balled his fist. No, we've come all this way. I'm not just going to give up on him like that. There must be something we can do. Anything. Evelyn sighed and shook her head. Unless you have a portable Faraday chamber that you can keep him and yourself perpetually locked in, then I am afraid you are out of options. The renegade's face suddenly lit up. Hold on a fucking second. Both Charlie and Evelyn turned to him, the latter tilting her head curiously. Sneeg's eyes darted about the room, not looking at anything particular, but showing that he was clearly deep in thought. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and grinned. Can you get us to one of those rifts? We need to go back to my starting zone. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Why? He rubbed his hands together. Because I need a power core, some copper wire, and a high-voltage capacitor. Huh? What for? Sneeg gripped Charlie's shoulders excitedly. Because we're gonna make an EMP. He turned his head back to Evelyn. If you can't bring a horse to the Faraday chamber, you bring the Faraday chamber to the horse. I don't think that's how that expression works, Charlie mumbled under his breath, but couldn't help smiling. Finally, we have some kind of plan. Evelyn continued to stand rather motionless. I wish you luck, both of you. But do not get your hopes up. And do not presume to know the outcome before it happens. Remember what Showfall is capable of. Hope is all we have left. I don't care if it's dangerous to cling to it. I'm not letting it go now that we finally have even the faintest shred of a chance to stop all of this. Thank you for sharing your story with us, Charlie said, bowing his head slightly. Thank you for listening. It has been pleasant to share the company of someone other than myself, Hector, and our ghosts. At that, Evelyn held up the pointer finger of her left hand. The steel at the tip of it slid back like a sheath, revealing a thin, pointed blade of ruddy metal. Charlie's eyes widened. Is that? Yes. When you are ready, I'll open a rift for you to an active iteration of the Renegade's domain. Sneeg's face beamed. Before we leave, Charlie began, may I ask, what will you do? Afterwards, I mean. Evelyn averted her gaze. Once the door to this chamber opens, my mind will no longer be my own. My autonomy here is only borrowed. It is not mine to keep. I want nothing more than to reclaim my voice and then to rest. I should have died long ago. But sooner or later, Adam will get what is coming to him. He locked a vengeful spirit in his basement. It's only a matter of time before the Revenant exacts its toll. I've waited for the better part of a century. I can wait a little longer. I hope you're able to find your voice and your peace. If our plan works, we'll come back for you, Charlie said in earnest. Tentatively, he reached out a hand and pressed it against her open palm. The metal was cold to the touch. I promise. Evelyn said nothing, but made a low, trilling noise in the back of her throat. Charlie could have sworn the sound resembled a purr of some kind. The wholesome moment was suddenly interrupted by a loud clang from outside the door of the chamber, followed by the familiar thunder of many paws in the distance, combined with the slow thump, thump, thump of a significantly larger beast. Evelyn promptly rose to her full height. You must leave, now, before they find you, she said with urgency. At that, she disconnected the cable from the back of Sneeg's neck, drawing it back into her maw. Go, she commanded, as she quickly began to carve out a doorway in the opposite wall of the chamber, her copy of Sneeg's voice distorting as the wire disappeared down her throat. Find your friend. The room flooded with scarlet light from the rift, painting the entire space an eerie blood red thanks to the reflection of the polished metal on each surface. Charlie and Sneeg jumped as something large and heavy thudded against the chamber door with a bang like a battering ram. The aluminum-coated steel caved in slightly at the impact. Evelyn turned back towards the besieged doorway, her threatening growl rising in pitch and fervor. Bang! Now, Charlie! Sneeg yelled above the din. Bang! The two of them jumped through the rift, just as the chamber door exploded inwards. The last thing Charlie heard before he felt like his guts were being turned inside out from being pulled through distorted space-time was the pandemonious squeaking of a horde of rats and the screech of TV static. Charlie. Charlie! 5 more minutes. The vagabond felt a hand start shaking his shoulder, gently at first, then with growing agitation. Charlie! Get up! We've got to move! Charlie slowly blinked open his eyes. He was lying prone on the cold, hard ground underneath a smoke-filled sky of burnt gray and blood red. His head was pounding, his muscles ached, and his mouth felt drier than a barrel of salt in the middle of a desert. Sneeg was standing beside him, looking down at him with anxious concern. What day is it? Where are we? Charlie groaned as he sat up, squinting and shielding his eyes from whatever light managed to pierce through the clouds of smog above. This is like the worst hangover I've ever had. No fucking clue what day it is, but we're in my domain. The place I first woke up in, Sneeg said, looking around warily. Ooh, your domain. How fancy. Charlie rubbed his eyes. How did we get here? He asked woozily. Evelyn got us here safely, through a portal. Remember? I don't see a companion cube, or any cake for that matter. Looks like it was a lie after all. Charlie sniffed. Thirsty. You got any water? Sneeg exhaled tersely, betraying a bit of slight irritation. No. You're clearly suffering from some kind of portal travel-induced sickness, or something. Maybe since I've done this a few times before, it didn't affect me as much. The vagabond blinked and looked around, this time trying to actually take in his surroundings. He began to shakily get to his feet with all the grace of a newborn giraffe, but as soon as he did so, he was promptly overcome by a powerful wave of nausea and vertigo, doubled over, and vomited up whatever meager contents were left in his stomach. Fuck. His companions stood up and awkwardly patted him on the back. You, feeling any better after that? Charlie spat on the floor and unceremoniously wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Better out than in. Actually, he did feel better. His nausea had dissipated, and while his headache still raged, he was definitely dehydrated now, if he hadn't been before. His vertigo and muscle aches had also begun to ease. As they did so, his senses sharpened and his memory returned. Portal to Sneeg's realm. Evelyn. The rats. Where are the rats? He scrutinized the desolate, post-apocalyptic-looking landscape. The two of them were standing atop a hill of sandy gray rock on the outskirts of the husk of a once-sprawling metropolis. Great tinted glass buildings towered upward into the sky, surrounded by the skeletal remains of colossal, brutalist structures. The occasional bright red neon light flickered here and there in the form of a billboard or a streetlight. He suddenly felt very exposed, now that he was no longer surrounded by the claustrophobic walls of the Faraday chamber, but there was no sign of any rodents, nor the rift in space-time that they had fallen through. They were, for the moment at least, alone. How long was I out? Only a minute or so. The rift's gone, but we should get out of here in case that thing that used to be Vinny decides to pursue us further. My thoughts exactly. Charlie bent down to readjust the combat knife he had shoved in his boot so that the hilt didn't dig into his shin as much. What's the plan, exactly? You listed a bunch of doohickeys, and I just kind of went along with it. Sneeg turned around to survey the cityscape himself. The Faraday chamber blocked Shofal's communication with Evelyn's phantoptics chip. I think I may be able to salvage most of the parts I need to build a makeshift EMP from the mobs here that we can use to temporarily disable Rambu's chip, whenever we find him next. He turned back around to face Charlie, and there was a glint of hope in his eyes. If we can get him to see us for who we really are, there's a chance that he'll be able to restrain himself, even if, when, Shofal regains control of his perception. He'll know not to blindly trust his senses. The vagabond's face lit up. If all three of us work together, we might be able to get out of here, possibly even save the others, and Evelyn too. Sneeg grimaced. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. One step at a time. Charlie's smile faltered a little. Yeah, I guess he's right. We shouldn't get too excited or overconfident. We can't afford to overstep and make any mistakes here. First things first, we get my bike back. There's no way I'm trekking through those city streets without any decent means of transportation with my leg in its current condition. The renegade pointed towards one of the taller cement structures that appeared to not be too many blocks away from their current position. I recognize that building. We should hopefully find a few vehicles in the lot underneath it, unless they've been taken by cyborgs or drones. Or clones of ourselves. Charlie gave a mock salute. Right? Well, lead on. It's your world this time, after all. The two of them set off down the hill towards the main road that wound its way between the skyscrapers towards the structure Sneak had previously indicated. The sky above was beginning to darken even more as the clouds, situated somewhere far above the low-hanging smog, began to gather, threatening precipitation. As they walked, they kept a keen eye out for any sign of movement or sound of life, but nothing of note alerted their senses. Occasionally, they would pass the mangled husk of an automaton or the rusted remains of a cyborg's mechanical limb. The renegade would hasten to check it over for any viable scrap, but so far, nothing they found is in a decent enough condition to bother taking, aside from a few wires. After about an hour of this, the duo finally arrived at a street just opposite their target destination. Charlie was about to cross the road and walk straight up to a large hole in the concrete wall of the ground floor when Sneak suddenly grabbed the back of his shirt and pulled him behind a dumpster. "Dude, what was that for?" Charlie exclaimed. "It's right there." "Shh!" Sneak hissed, covering his mouth. He gestured upwards with his eyes. Charlie followed his gaze, cautiously peeking around the side of the dumpster. Something was glinting in the window of the building a few stories above them. "Sniper," the renegade mouthed. "Shit. There's no way I'm going to be able to take it down from here, and I'm sure as hell not going to try by wasting my last few bullets. We can't just run for it either, not with Sneak's busted leg." The vagabond looked around for any source of inspiration. "Let's see. I have my knife, my pistol, and some first aid supplies. Sneak has nothing. I could try using something as a distraction. There's plenty of rubble and pieces of scrap metal lying around that I could throw, but the noise would put the sniper on high alert and draws attention to our general vicinity anyway. Perhaps it's on a patrol path through the building? Maybe if we just time it right." Charlie's musings were interrupted by the sound of nearby gunfire coming from somewhere down the street, past where he could see. He glanced at Sneak, who shook his head and shrugged at him, equally clueless. An altercation? Why would the mobs here attack each other? Unless... An electrical thrumming grew louder, emanating from the same street the gunfire had sounded from, followed by a host of frenzied tapping, like the metal shoes of a galloping horse. What the hell is that? His curiosity drove the vagabond to try peeking around the side of the dumpster again, but Sneak pulled him back down as a neon green light began to reflect off of the glass on the broken windows of a building opposite the commotion. Something large whizzed past the dumpster, and a trail of emerald light followed immediately in its wake, dissipating after a few moments. A few seconds later, the galloping clicks crescendoed, followed by a familiar biomechanical roar and a screeching sound like nails on a blackboard that set Charlie's teeth on edge. Rambo. Looks like he somehow managed to escape the frozen taiga as well. How the hell did he end up here at the same time as us? Moments later, the cacophony grew softer, signaling the change in direction and subsequent distancing of the beast and its prey from the two figures huddled behind the innocuous dumpster. Charlie risked another glance up at the window where he'd last seen the sniper. The glint of its rifle was nowhere to be found, nor was the figure's shadowy silhouette. Looks like Rambo, and whatever he was pursuing, worked as an apt distraction. We've got to take the opportunity while we still have it. He nudged Sneak, indicating that the danger had, at least momentarily, passed. The renegade nodded in acknowledgement, and the two of them made their way as quickly and as quietly as possible to the opening in the side of the ruined behemoth of a building. Once they were inside, Charlie drew his combat knife from his boot, while Sneak quickly surveyed the interior for any more immediate threats. It was impossible to tell what function this building used to have, given the lack of signage or otherwise recognizable utilitarian infrastructure. If it had any function at all to begin with, that is. If this really all is just set dressing, I guess it doesn't really matter. Finding no signs of any other cyborg, sniper or otherwise, Sneak motioned to Charlie to follow him towards 2 flights of crumbling stairs in the far corner of the ground floor, illuminated by a single shaft of artificial light from a hole in one of the nearby walls. One flight of stairs ascended up to the 2nd floor. The other led down into the darkness below, presumably into the basement. "Down there," the renegade whispered. "That's where the bike lot should be." With his pistol in one hand and combat knife in the other, Charlie took the lead and began to descend. With each passing step, the sickly yellow light from above began to dissipate, only to be replaced by the faint red glow of an exit sign above the door below. Upon reaching it, the vagabond placed his ear up to the cold metal surface, listening for sounds of life behind it. The faint click, click, click of pacing footsteps sounded repetitively from just beyond the door. Charlie counted down in his head as the figure marched by. 3, 2, 1. The door flew inwards with an explosive kick from the vagabond's boot, and Charlie wasted no time in grappling the surprised cyborg on the other side. He pulled the man's cable-like hair back to expose his throat, one of the few places not encased in metal, and slashed his combat blade across the unprotected artery, sending a spray of oil-black blood shooting across the nearby wall. The figure collapsed onto the floor, and Charlie wiped his knife blade on its shirt. The blood even smelled like oil. Luckily, that one guard appeared to be the only one in the room. "You do like going for the throat, I see. Nice work dispatching that guy. But that door kick was pretty loud. We should find what we need and get out of here ASAP," the renegade said as he kneeled down next to the corpse. "Give me your knife," he said, hand outstretched. "But I just cleaned it," Charlie pretended to complain as he passed it over. Sneeg rolled the body over onto its back, ripped open the fabric of the shirt, and plunged the knife into the center of the intersection between the cyborg's clavicles and sternum. Using a sawing motion, they began to cut a line down from its chest to its navel and pare back the flesh on either side. Charlie averted his gaze. He'd just killed a guy, multiple guys in the past few hours, and had even carved up a whole moose without batting so much as an eye, but the familiar sight of a dissection on a person caused his stomach to churn. He absent-mindedly placed a protective hand over his own midriff and began to tap his foot restlessly, opting to occupy his attention elsewhere by keeping his eyes and ears focused on the stairwell. "Yes!" Sneeg suddenly exclaimed, causing Charlie to jump. "You get what you need?" "Most of the things, yeah. Among the other doodads we scavenged, this guy gave us a decent copper wire coil, from what I can only assume is part of its nervous system, and a fresh power core. Its heart." He held out Charlie's oil-stained combat knife in one hand and a dimly glowing dodecahedron-shaped object in the other. Charlie took his knife back, wiped the blade on his trousers once more, and stuffed it back into his boot. "I take it that sci-fi-looking gizmo is the power core. What else do you need?" "A switch, which, if we could find a vehicle, shouldn't be too hard to acquire." Charlie sensed there was more to it than that. And a high-voltage capacitor that can handle a lot of power. I'm not quite sure we'll find that, but if it'll be anywhere, it'll be somewhere in this domain." "Ah." Now that Charlie's eyes had some time to adjust to the darkness of the room, he could see that it did indeed look like a large underground car park, complete with concrete pillars, old signage to direct people towards the exit, and parking spaces outlined in faded white paint. Most of the spaces were empty, or covered by either rubble or scrap, but a few towards the back of the room contained a couple strange-looking parked vehicles. Charlie squinted and realized that they must be the same kinds of bikes as the one Sneeg had crashed into his realm on. Their bodies looked like snowmobiles, with large hoods and running boards at the sides. 2 were dark wine red in color, and a third was cobalt blue. They didn't have the same LED glow to them that Sneeg's had, presumably because they weren't activated, but they did possess those strange, horizontally oriented, disc-like metal wheels which spun slowly at each end while being suspended in midair like magnets. So that's how those wheels are supposed to look when attached. Huh. Weird. As Sneeg stood up and pocketed his salvage, Charlie nudged him and pointed towards the parked vehicles. "Your memory served us well, it looks like." Sneeg grinned. "Hell yeah. Let's get the fuck out of this place before more Borgs arrive." He jogged towards the nearest vehicle and scrutinized a panel of buttons, dials, and switches behind the windshield. He jammed the tip of the knife into the side of it, and, with a little effort, managed to pry out one of the switches. He shoved it into the jacket pocket of his drone's uniform and made his way over to the lapis-painted bike. Upon reaching it, Sneeg threw a leg up over the side to mount the saddle with practiced ease, and proceeded to pat the hood like it was the neck of a beloved horse. "Oh, how I've missed you." "I'm not going to comment on that," said the vagabond as he climbed a little less gracefully onto the seat behind his companion. "Now what?" The renegade flipped on a few switches and pressed what could only have been the power button, and the machine thrummed to life. Vibrant cyan light burst from the trimmings of the vehicle, flooding the room in blue. Sneak pointed towards a button in a console on the wall nearest to Charlie. "Do me a favor and hit that, would you?" Charlie did so without comment, and the wall on the adjacent side of the room began to noisily recede to the side, like the metal doors of an airplane hangar, revealing a ramp that slanted up and out, presumably towards the street. "Now we ride." Sneak slammed his foot onto the pedal, and Charlie yelped as the vehicle lurched forward suddenly towards the exit and gripped his companion's midriff tightly before the backwards force of the motion could throw him off. Just in time, too. As soon as the bike left its parking space, a bullet ricocheted off of the wall inches from where Charlie's head had been. A group of identical cyborg clones with what looked like built-in firearms into their forearms had begun to flood out from the stairwell, and Sneak certainly wasn't going to allow themselves to stick around like sitting ducks. The bike shot out from underneath the structure at breakneck velocity, gaining speed with every passing second. As the ramp ended and the street began, the vehicle became airborne for a few moments, then landed with smooth suspension an inch or so above the oily tarmac of the road. Behind them, Charlie could hear the sound of the remaining two vehicles firing up to pursue them. "I'll try to lose them before they catch up. Shoot them if you can make the shot," Sneak yelled over his shoulder as he swerved to avoid a pile of rubble on the road. "Got it." Charlie wrapped one arm around his companion's waist to stabilize himself, and held his pistol out at the ready with the other, scanning the landscape for enemies as it flew by him at a breakneck pace. The vagabond glanced back over his shoulder and saw two rapidly approaching balls of scarlet light hot on his trail. He gritted his teeth as another bullet narrowly missed his shoulder. "They're gaining on us, but I can't quite aim at them at this distance. Shit. Hold on tight, I'll loop around to get you within range." Sneak yanked on the handlebars, and the vehicle tilted itself until Charlie's body was almost completely parallel with the ground, causing it to make a 90-degree turn almost instantly. As they veered off to the right, hurtling around a concrete post that supported the remains of a crumbling overpass, the forms of the pursuing cyborgs became visible as they drew closer. "Almost there. Just a little bit further and I can make it." "I'm about to do something stupid. Your aim had better be good." At that, Sneak turned the bike around another 90 degrees, narrowly missing a signpost and heading straight for the oncoming attackers. Charlie winced as a bullet pierced the hood of the vehicle. If it had been running on gas, it likely would have caught fire. At the very last second, the renegade pulled the bike into what could only be described as an Akira slide, allowing Charlie to face the foremost attacker unobstructed. Bang. 3 bullets left. The cyborg was knocked clean off of his vehicle by the force of the bullet. At the speed the bike was going, he was killed the instant his body hit the road. Charlie could hear the cyborg's bones snap and dislocate as he collided face-first into the oil-clogged tarmac. The bike itself careened off to the side and slammed into a giant metal post that held up an old advertisement billboard. "Ow, fuck!" Sneak exclaimed as another bullet found its mark, grazing his shoulder. He slammed the pedal down to get his own bike moving again as fast as possible to get out of the immediate range of the remaining armed driver. "You all right?" Charlie called out in front of him. "Just skinned my shoulder. Good thing these guys aren't snipers or we'd be fucked." Sneak flipped a switch on the panel in front of him, and Charlie felt the inertia as the bike began to hum a little louder and levitate a few more inches off the ground. "New plan, we gain the high ground." The renegade turned the bike so that it faced one of the taller buildings at the end of the street and made a beeline straight for it. "What does that mean?" The building rapidly drew nearer, as did the other cyborg and the remaining red bike, hot on their heels. "Sneak, what does that mean?" They were only a few seconds away from hitting the building straight on now. Charlie could even see the cracks and grains in the concrete that made up its walls. "Sneak, we're gonna crash!" The vagabond squeezed his eyes shut and clung on to the renegade's back for dear life, bracing for impact. Instead of feeling the full force of being slammed into a cement wall at 90 miles an hour, he felt the rush of the air as the bike suddenly pitched upwards. He cracked open an eye and saw that the world had been tilted on its side. They were driving up the side of the building. "Now, Charlie!" Sneak exclaimed. Charlie craned his neck around to look back behind him at the ground below. The cyborg had also just begun to ascend to the concrete wall of an adjacent building, just slightly taller than their own. He was trying to get higher than them to cut them off. "Not on my watch." As the carmine red bike became level with Sneak's cerulean blue one, Charlie once again took aim and fired. Bang! The bullet found its mark in the cyborg's skull, piercing the point in the middle of its forehead where the cold steel on one side of its face melted with the warm flesh on the other. The cyborg's head snapped backward, and both body and bike were suspended in the air for a brief moment before beginning their tumultuous descent down to the ground below. Before it could reach the ground, however, the cyborg's body impaled itself onto an exposed piece of rusty rebar that jutted out from the concrete structure below, like an exposed rib of a decaying carcass. The vehicle's fall was uninterrupted, and its collision with the ground caused the hull to implode with a loud metallic crunch. A loud boom accompanied by a shockwave followed the explosion of its inner core. As the renegade studied the bike, riding the shockwave like a surfer on a swell, the vagabond couldn't help but let out a triumphant whoop at the destruction of their final pursuer. "Holy shit, did you fucking see that?" Charlie wheezed, adrenaline still coursing through his veins, causing the world around him to feel sharper, more saturated. The renegade slowed the bike's frenzied ascent, so that when they reached the roof of the building, they didn't shoot over the top of it altogether. He cut the electromagnetic engine, cruising to a gentle stop at the flat apex of the brutalist structure. "Nope. Too busy making sure we didn't crash. Plus, cool guys don't look at explosions," he said with a smile. "I sure heard it, though," Sneak chuckled, turning at the waist to clap a hand on Charlie's shoulder. "Nice work, man." His voice caught slightly as he winced, and he proceeded to clutch at his own bloodied shoulder. "Ow." "You sure you're all right? How deep did the bullet go?" Charlie asked as he raised a hand to inspect the wound. The renegade waved Charlie's hand away. "Don't worry about it. Just grazed. We have other things to focus on first." The two gathered their breath for a moment before considering their next plan of action, and Charlie drummed his fingers against his leg in thought. "We've got everything we need now except for your fancy modulator doohickey, right?" "A capacitor that can handle our cyborg friend's power core, yes. Got everything else right here." Sneak patted his pockets. As Charlie decocked the hammer on his pistol and placed it back into his holster, his face fell slightly. Only got 2 rounds left. The weight of the realization dampened the glee he had felt only moments before from their victorious escape. "Better make them count, then," the renegade smiled grimly. "Gotta hold on to that shred of hope that we can assemble this EMP device and reach Rambo before it's too late. We've made it this far. We can keep going a little longer. Now we just have to find—" Charlie's musings were interrupted by a loud crash a few streets away, and both Vagabond and Renegade turned their heads in unison to face the direction of the noise. The hell was that? Sounded like a window being smashed in, or something large at that. Charlie hesitated. "Should we check it out?" Sneak frowned, scratching his chin in thought. "We shouldn't get distracted," he paused. "But if we're careful, I suppose it couldn't hurt. There's a chance that whatever it is could lead us towards the last component we're looking for." The vagabond pointed towards the nearby rooftops. "If we can manage to keep elevated, we'll stay mostly out of sight. The bike doesn't seem to make much noise at all when it's hovering. We could scout out whatever it is from a high vantage point, then decide if we want to engage from a safe distance or not." Sneak nodded. "I suppose that could work. Only one way to find out, I guess. Let's go." As soon as Charlie was done repositioning himself in the saddle of the vehicle, Sneak powered up the engine again and turned the hover bike so that it faced the direction of the building nearest to them and the direction the sound had emanated from. He accelerated towards the edge, pulling up at the last second, sending the bike into a leaping glide, angling so that when it hit the side of the next building, it began to climb the vertical surface with ease. A guttural roar ahead told them they were heading the right way. Is that Rambo again? "Shit, the EMP's not ready yet," Sneak cursed as the bike ascended to the rooftop. "We've got to see what's happening down there. He could be in trouble." "In trouble? I highly doubt Hetch's murder machine is the one in trouble. Not while Shofal's got the reins. I mean, we did have to save him from drowning." As the bike leaped onto another nearby rooftop, an unmistakable animalistic wail pierced the companion's ears. "You were saying?" Charlie hissed. He peeked over the side of the building to the ground below. The glass of the towering skyscraper next to them had been recently shattered inwards on the ground floor. He couldn't quite see inside, but a thin stream of smoke billowed out from it. "There! We've got to get down!" A sudden, all-too-familiar change of pressure in the air caused Charlie's ears to pop, but he still couldn't prepare himself in time for the oncoming nausea that always seemed to accompany the opening of a rift. From just a few meters behind the tail of their vehicle, red light bled in through a new tear in the fabric of reality. "Evelyn?" Charlie's heart lifted for a moment with hope. "Did she make it? Is she coming to help us with Rambo?" A large, clawed hand with a gnarled skin pulled taut across it like rawhide over the bark of a tree reached out from the rift and landed with its knuckles on the slick rooftop, only a short distance from the rear wheel of the bike. Another gripped the side of the rift like the edge of a doorway, wrenching it open. Silently, the head of a massive bellows camera snaked its way through the now gaping hole in the sky, and the single, lidless, bloodshot eye of the spectator pierced Charlie directly with its own harrowing gaze. Oh. Fuck. Why can't we ever seem to catch a damn break? How the hell did it find us? We need to move! Charlie screeched at Sneak as the abomination pulled itself free from the scarlet rift, which was already beginning to close. A long, winding tail of tangled cables wriggled free and collapsed to the floor like a titanic worm, just as the red light faded and the airborne gash knitted itself back together. "Wait for it," Sneak said with a remarkably calm tone of voice, although his shivering body betrayed the primal sense of fear that he was evidently trying to mask. The spectator spread out its long, spindly arms and hunched its broad shoulders. Like a bird of prey, it kept its oversized, camera-mounted head perfectly still while its body prepared to strike. "We need to go, or it'll kill us!" Charlie yelped. If it hadn't been for the fact that they were currently on top of a roof, the panic that gripped him might have forced him to dismount the bike and run away on foot. Almost there. The abomination broke into a gallop towards them like a rampaging gorilla. "Hold on!" the renegade commanded. Charlie did so without a fuss. The hoverbike rapidly accelerated forwards towards the edge of the roof. "Hold on!" the renegade commanded. Charlie did so without a fuss. The hoverbike rapidly accelerated forwards towards the edge of the roof. Just as it was about to careen over the edge, the abomination pounced, and Sneak wrenched the handlebars upwards. The bike proceeded to flip upwards into a backflip, arching just over the spectator's outstretched claws as it flew past where the bike would have been had it simply driven over the edge. Charlie's stomach felt like it swapped places with his brain as the entire world went topsy-turvy. He watched, almost in slow motion, as the heavy body of the massive camera-headed creature crashed into the obsidian black glass of the adjacent skyscraper, tumbling down until it collided with a heavy thump into the floor below, already littered with rubble and broken glass. Sneak yanked the controls of the hoverbike, recovering enough that they didn't crash into the opposite wall of glass and shred themselves to bits, but the momentum of their previous maneuver still caused their descent to spiral wildly. Just before they, too, collided with the rubble and detritus on the ground floor, Sneak managed to cut the engine and pull up fast enough that the bike's hover suspension caused them to land with a harmless but jarring bounce rather than a mortal impact that likely would have killed them both instantly. Both Charlie and Sneak sat atop the hoverbike, hands shaking, just barely processing that they'd somehow managed to make the descent without dying. Beside them, the massive body of the spectator lay motionless, half buried under a mass of rubble. They didn't get much time to gather their thoughts, however. A voice he had heard an innumerable amount of times before reached Charlie's ears. Startled, he automatically grabbed his pistol again. "That's impossible." It was one he was accustomed to hearing from his own speakers at home while editing his videos, an activity that seemed like it came from a life that was no longer his. The other place he frequently heard this particular voice was from inside his own head. It was his own voice. Not from a recording. Not distorted from Evelyn's internal speakers. Just him. Only Charlie wasn't the one who had spoken. The vagabond turned his head, and was faced with his own face. Rising to his feet only a few meters from him, next to another hoverbike, a green variant, was a near-identical copy of Charlie. His height, voice, mousy brown hair, and face were unchanged, with the one exception of the presence of a long, white scar slashed diagonally across his face. The only other difference was in the clothing. Instead of wearing the tattered remnants of a mock Soviet World War II-era uniform, as the vagabond was, this copy was dressed in an outfit very reminiscent of Sneak's old renegade one, only in an alternate emerald green color scheme. There was also a distinct lack of glasses on his face. Charlie swallowed nervously. He had of course seen himself in a mirror and on a screen countless times, but seeing a whole other version of himself walking around outside of a flat surface, not merely copying his own movements, was deeply unsettling. Well, I suppose we were bound to encounter one of my infinite clones sooner or later. A whirring mechanical growl from the opposite side of the demolished room captured the vagabond's attention. The devourer was crouched close to the wall on all fours, emitting a low, threatening rumble, interspersed by a metallic chittering from its clacking mandibles. Its pupils were contracted to tiny points, and they darted frantically between the faces of Charlie and his copy. Like a cornered hound, It looked like it couldn't decide whether to attack or to run away. The scarlet lights on its mask flashed madly in the gloom. Rambo, what's wrong with him? He doesn't just look angry, he's afraid of something. While Sneeg was still looking between his companion and his companion's clone in disbelief, Charlie slowly dismounted the vehicle and took a step towards the beast in the corner. He held his firearm out to the side and pointed downwards as a non-threatening gesture, keeping the other hand up with the palm out in a defensive stance. "Hey, man. Hey," he said with what he hoped was a comforting lilt, using a similar tone one would with a frightened child or spooked animal. "It's me, Charlie. Sneak's here too. We're working on something to help you out, all right?" Before he could take another step, a sudden bang was followed by a rush of air that whizzed past his face. "Don't move," Charlie's doppelganger commanded in a frenzied tone with his own pistol trained at the vagabond's head. "Explain what the fuck is going on right now, or I'll kill you where you stand." Charlie dropped his firearm to the rubble at his feet and held both hands up in complete surrender, while Sneeg took a step down off of the bike. "There's no need for that, man," the renegade said, voice low and cautious. "We're on the same side here." The clone turned the barrel of the gun on Sneeg. "I told you to stay fucking still!" While keeping the gun trained on the renegade, the clone's eyes flitted back to Charlie. "Why the fuck do you have my face?" Charlie's heart pounded in his ears, but he tried his best to remain calm. He sucked in a deep breath, then exhaled between gritted teeth. "It'll be easier for me to explain once I know how much you already know." The doppelganger paused for a second as his frantic gaze shifted warily from vagabond to renegade to devour. I woke up in this place. I didn't know where I was, how I got here, why I was wearing these stupid clothes. I was alone. I remembered nothing, except for my name and a few fleeting images and impressions here and there. The gun shook in his hands. Fear. I remembered fear. And pain. "You have a scar on your abdomen, don't you?" Charlie ventured, lowering his hands slightly. The clone nodded slowly. "Yes." "From the operating room." The clone nodded again. I think so. Where or when that was, I don't know." Charlie placed a hand on his side, right above his stomach. "I have one too." He gestured to the doppelganger's face. "But where did that one come from?" The renegade copy of himself raised a hand and gingerly traced a finger across the line of taut, white scar tissue that ran over his cheek, nose, and brow. "After a day or two of scavenging through a few empty buildings," he began, "I encountered a group of cyborgs, I guess. I had a rifle and was able to take out a good number of them, but not before one of them got too close and slashed at me with a hidden blade on her arm." He gritted his teeth. "I thought I was going to bleed out. It was a miracle enough as it was that I didn't lose an eye, but then I found a friend." At this, the clone's eyes darted back to Charlie's companion, who was still staring at the clone in shock. "He looked just like you, tumbled out of some kind of portal thing, wearing some weird-looking 20th century body armor. Somehow not the weirdest thing to happen to me that day. He was able to help me find a viable healing salve among all of this rot and rust." "A healing salve? If we can find more, we may be able to help fix up Sneeg's shoulder, and maybe even his leg, if it supposedly succeeded in healing this guy's face that quickly." Charlie also couldn't help but notice that the clone's voice wavered slightly at the end of his last sentence. "What happened to him?" he asked, treating each word like a grenade that could go off at any moment. The doppelganger twisted his face into a snarl. "Why don't you take a look for yourself?" he spat and stepped aside. "Jesus fucking Christ!" Charlie nearly jumped out of his skin upon seeing a corpse so badly mangled that it was hardly recognizable. The hair and clothes were heavily soaked with viscera that was still fresh, and the spine was bent awkwardly around a thick piece of rusty rebar. The figure's entire lower jaw and throat had been torn out, leaving a gaping hole all the way down to the base of its neck, still oozing with blood. But the horrific and obviously mortal wound was not what caused Charlie's heart to drop and his blood to run with ice. It was the eyes. They were open, glazed with lifelessness, but still a perfect snapshot of a single moment of primal terror. They were Sneeg's. If Charlie hadn't already emptied the contents of his stomach recently, thanks to his nausea-inducing portal trip, he would have vomited again on the spot. Behind him, his own very much alive companion wasn't so lucky. The clone's next words were laced with venom. "You seem rather chummy with that thing that just butchered my only friend and ally here. I'll ask you only one more time. What is going on, and why are you wearing my face?" Charlie defensively raised his hands up again and bit his lip, frantically trying to figure out what to say. How the hell am I supposed to explain all of this? Just casually drop the bomb that this world is sort of real, sort of not? That we're inside of a video game, but not really? That there's an infinite number of clones of myself and an indefinite number of Sneeg? This whole company is run by a guy who is over a century old and wears the body of one of his employees like a costume? Oh yeah, and half of our friends are either dead, turned into monsters, or both. Yeah, that should be well received by a clearly mentally stable clone of my goddamn self who is currently pointing a gun at me. It's not like I had several mental breakdowns upon learning just one of these things myself. Oh no. Totally fine. Everything's fine. He began to speak up, stumbling over his words. Well, how do I break this to you? You see, this place, we're actually in... He was saved from having to continue his disastrous attempt at an explanation by the devourer, who proceeded to spring from its position by the far wall with no warning, jump between fallen loads of rubble, and pounce upon him, knocking him onto the uneven ground. Charlie yelped as he fell, flailing his arms about in an effort to avoid the abomination's knife-like claws, which tried to slash and tear at his limbs. The devourer snapped at him, and would have easily ripped his face from his skull if the vagabond hadn't caught the mandibles with his bare hands, trying desperately to push them away. In spite of the beast's borderline emaciated figure, it still possessed an incredible amount of strength. The rows of razor-sharp teeth that lined the fleshy inner side of each mandible pierced Charlie's palms, and as his own blood began to mix with the oily saliva that sprayed from the beast's maw, he began to lose his grip. "Sneeg, a little help here!" he screeched. He looked around wildly for his pistol, and was dismayed to find that it had fallen just out of reach into a crack between the piles of rubble. "The EMP's not assembled yet," Sneeg yelled back in a panic. "We still need a—" A rumble began to shake the floor, throwing everyone off balance and causing the devourer to pause its assault to assess the situation, while both Sneeg and the renegade copy of Charlie stumbled forward, trying to regain their footing. A shower of pebbles fell from the wreckage around them as the body of the spectator trembled beneath it. It rose from the pile of debris like a bear from hibernation, shaking bits of concrete and shards of glass free from its hulking form with ease, seemingly having recovered from its great fall. It slowly lifted its head until its oversized, bloodshot, solitary eye was level with the face of Charlie's doppelganger. Charlie himself took advantage of the devourer's momentary distraction by kneeing it in the stomach, causing it to release its grasp on him as it doubled over. The vagabond rolled out from underneath it and grabbed the knife from his boot, holding it out in front of him in a defensive stance. Meanwhile, his clone trained the muzzle of his pistol onto the pinpointed pupil in front of him. "What the fuck is that thing? Why isn't it dead?" This isn't exactly the best time to explain that thing used to be Vinny, Charlie thought. Come to think of it, I don't even know if he remembers Vinny. Or any of the others besides Sneeg. His memory barrier, an amnesis barrier, might still be up. "Not a friend!" Sneeg shouted from somewhere behind the abomination. At least, not anymore. The miraculously undamaged floodlight that was still mounted upon the spectator's shoulders switched on, momentarily blinding Charlie's clone. As he raised up his free hand to shield his eyes, he fired off a shot in the abomination's general direction. Charlie watched the beast flinch, and a thin stream of viscous blood began to ooze out of a fresh wound in its arm. It silently raised up its other disproportionately long limb in preparation to bring its now outstretched claws, long and rounded at the tips like those of a grizzly bear, down upon the head of the clone. The doppelganger recovered from the flash and sidestepped at the last possible second, narrowly avoiding being smashed into the rubble. "We need to take it down," the renegade called out, ducking under the knotted cabling of the spectator's thrashing tail as he made his way over to Charlie. "The machinery on its shoulders looks like an old film camera. It may have the capacitor we need." "Why the hell do you need a capacitor?" the clone yelled as he narrowly dodged another swipe from the now enraged spectator. We're building an EMP. It could help to stop these things and to save our friend. Save who? As if on cue, the devourer recovered from Charlie's blow to its stomach and roared. It looked wildly between Charlie and his clone for a few seconds, with an agonized look in its eyes, before it inexplicably turned and leapt toward the rampaging spectator. The devourer nimbly weaved between the larger abomination's spindly limbs and slashed at its exposed flesh as it passed, causing it to crumple to its knees as its tendons were rent asunder. Aside from the noise of its impact, it still uttered not a sound as it reeled, though evidently in pain. Why did he suddenly attack the other creature? Is he defending the clone? Charlie wasn't given much time to contemplate this thought further. After the beast was crippled, the devourer turned its attention back to him, using the spectator's body as a springboard. As he saw the abomination barrel towards him again, the vagabond looked around frantically until they spotted a broken piece of rebar sticking out of the ground. Having nowhere else to put it in time, he held onto the hilt of his knife with his teeth as he used both hands to yank the bar of metal out from the rubble, just in time to parry a blow from the devourer's claws. Using the momentum of the blow, Charlie riposted with his rebar, tripping up the attacking abomination. As soon as the devourer was on the ground, the vagabond thrust the long side of the bar down onto its neck, using the length of it to pin its arms to the side, while managing to keep his own face just out of reach of the snapping metal jaws. "I don't know how much longer I can hold him," Charlie yelled through his teeth as the devourer thrashed beneath him with a look of pure loathing in its wild, predatory eyes. "Just a little longer. Just hold on a little longer." Bang! Out of the corner of his eye, Charlie saw the spectator collapse onto the ground. Its long, artificially ribbed neck writhed on the ground for a moment like a garden hose, only to stop moving altogether after a second or two. Where its eye had been, there was now a gaping, bloody socket, out from which a thin stream of smoke began to pour. "Throw me your knife, Charlie. I need it to salvage the capacitor." "I'm kinda dizzy here," the vagabond yelled back, arching his spine to avoid a kick from the devourer's clawed metal foot, and therefore another impromptu abdominal surgery and subsequent disembowelment. He tossed his head to the side to throw the blade as close to the fallen abomination as possible. "Go get it yourself!" As Sneak ran to pick up the blade and proceeded to start prying away the outer layer of the paneling on the spectator's mounted camera base, the doppelganger approached the struggling vagabond. Beneath him, the devourer ceased trying to bite him, and instead turned its head towards the approaching figure. It chittered, then made a long, high-pitched noise at the back of its mechanized throat. The sound wasn't exactly a roar. It was closer to a howl, a call of some kind. Is he trying to speak? The doppelganger didn't seem to notice, or care about, the devourer's change in tone. Breathing heavily from the preceding altercation, he aimed the barrel of the pistol once more at the beast's skull. "Wait!" Charlie cried out before his mirror copy could pull the trigger. "The thing we're building, the EMP, it's to help him. Can't you see? It's Rambo." The clone narrowed his eyes. "All I see is another one of Shofal's puppets." So he does remember Shofal, at least. "That's what Shofal wants you to see. They've put a chip into your brain. Into all of our brains, his included. They can control what we perceive." Charlie's doppelganger furrowed his brow even further. "You sound like a conspiracy theorist. And even if what you're telling me is true, how do you know what you're seeing is real if you've also got one of these chips? And why should I believe a word you say when you still haven't explained why you're a goddamn clone of me?" Charlie stuttered. "You just have to trust me, okay? The device we're building might temporarily interrupt Shofal's communication with the chips, allowing us all to see clearly. Just give it a chance, please," he pleaded. "No. No more chances. My friend is dead, and you're aiding the abomination that killed him. I can't trust you. Friend of my enemy is my enemy, and all that," he said, turning the gun on Charlie. Charlie's heart leapt into his throat as he felt a hand close around the back of his shirt and hoist him upwards. "Not how the expression works!" Sneak yelled as he yanked his companion up onto the running board of his hoverbike as he sped past. "Holy shit!" The vagabond screamed as he frantically threw his leg over the back side of the seat, while the vehicle sped over the rubble and out through the giant hole in the wall. As soon as he wasn't in immediate danger of tumbling off the side, he turned to look back. "We can't just leave Rambo behind again." "And just like last time, getting killed isn't going to help him either," the renegade called back over his shoulder. "He can handle himself. Now that we have all we need, we just need to focus on making the EMP emitter." As soon as they were out of the immediate sight of the drone, Charlie felt the touch of cold metal as Sneak emptied his pockets one by one and shoved the wire coil, switch, power core, and a blackened, bloodied cylindrical object that must have been the newly salvaged capacitor into Charlie's hands. "I'll need you to assemble these while I try to lose our new friend here." "What?" "I can't exactly do both here. I only have 2 hands," Sneak yelled back, swerving to avoid a fallen signpost. "Aside from your knife and my bike, we have nothing, Charlie. No gun, no disguise, no other viable means to defend ourselves, and no rift blade to cut open a portal we can escape into." Unmasked desperation oozed from every syllable that passed through the renegade's lips. "We can't keep running and hiding forever. If the thing that used to be Vinny found us as easily as it did, that means others like it can do the same. This EMP is our only means of fighting back. It has to work." More quietly, almost to himself, he added, "If it doesn't, we're not getting out of here. But it must. It has to. I have to get back to my family." Charlie held the components close to his chest with one hand and squeezed Sneak's shoulder with the other. "It will work. We must hold on to that hope. You will see them again." The Devourer's signature roar echoed from building to building as the hoverbike zipped down the street, leaving a cerulean trail of light in its wake. Charlie glanced over his shoulder once more and saw the abomination galloping after them in the distance. Even further beyond it, an emerald light glinted. "They're chasing after us!" "Told you Rambo would be fine. Now follow my instructions carefully." Sneak slammed a hand down on the button located on the side of the hoverbike's frame. A small compartment panel flipped up, revealing a pen-like utensil inside. After rapidly taking the next bend down into a deserted alleyway, Sneak passed the device back to Charlie and began to issue commands as he continued to steer the vehicle. "Remove the PCB on the capacitor and use a soldering iron I just gave you to attach the switch. Then solder those copper wires to the terminals." The husks of the towering skeletal buildings that fenced them in on either side blocked out most of the light from the ruddy sky above, and so Charlie had to rely on the refraction of the hoverbike's own azure glow on the pieces of broken glass and window panes that lined the tarnished road. He tried to follow the renegade's instructions as best as he could, but the lack of a workbench, combined with the blood on his hands, the breakneck speed of the vehicle, and the fact that he'd barely even heard half of the words that Sneak was saying, didn't make the assembly process go any faster. Behind them, the sounds of the Devourer's enraged pursuit grew ever louder, and occasionally out of the corner of his eye, Charlie would spy a glint of neon green and blood-red light. "Hold on tight, and whatever you do, don't lose any of those parts," the renegade cried. "They might find a way to cut us off if we stay down here. We might buy some time if we can gain the high ground again. While your doppel can follow us on his own bike, at least Rambo can't climb vertical surfaces." Sneak yanked the controls, and the bike hurtled down another dark, narrow alleyway between 2 titanic brutalist behemoths. Naked rebar and tangled wiring snaked and jutted out between the walls above, piercing jagged holes into great black glass windows on either side. Just as the bike began to speed up, narrowly avoiding some more obstructions like the remnants of a fallen "On sale now" sign, a ground floor window ahead of them exploded outwards in a shower of glass shards, and the Devourer landed nimbly in the middle of the road, teeth bared. "Shit!" The renegade slammed on the brakes and turned the bike into another slide, nearly sending Charlie flying off the back seat. Behind them grew the sound of electronic thrumming, until the green hull of the clone's vehicle was now also in view, blocking their only other exit. "Hand over the EMP and step aside. I'll kill the beast and we'll all be better for it," the doppelganger commanded in a curt voice while raising his pistol at Charlie. "Then we can all part ways like none of this ever happened. No more people need to die here." "Exactly," Charlie called back. "No one else needs to die. We're trying to save people here if you'll just give us a chance." The clone gritted his teeth. There was a slight click as he pulled back the charging hammer on the pistol. "I said no more people need to die. That," his eyes flitted to the Devourer on the opposite end of the alley, "is not a person. We don't have time for this existential bullshit. Alley-oop!" Sneak butted in as he once again hit the maglev switch on the hoverbike's control panel and pressed his foot all the way down onto the accelerator. The floating wheels whirred erratically as the vehicle sped towards the wall of the nearest adjacent building, another skyscraper, taller than the previous one they had climbed, then slid effortlessly up the side. Charlie clung on for dear life to his companion's back with one hand and the only half and poorly assembled EMP emitter with the other, flinching as a loud bang followed by several reverberating clangs of a ricocheting bullet echoed around the narrow space. Another electric thrum conveyed that the clone had also begun his vertical ascent up the walls of the monstrous building. Just behind them, the devourer sprung as high as it could into the air, just narrowly missing the hind wheel of the pursuing clone with its outstretched talons. Charlie turned his gaze upwards towards the pinnacle of the skyscraper, which disappeared into a low-hanging cloud of smog up ahead. If we can make it all the way up there, the hoverbike could glide down to virtually any area in the city. Once we're in the fog, it'll make us harder to track. Evidently, his doppelganger had reached the same conclusion. "Oh, no you don't," Charlie's copied voice cried out at the fleeing duo from behind. The renegades swerved to and fro in an attempt to make themselves less of an easy target, but there was only so much horizontal space on the walls of the towering superstructure. The clone fired. The shot landed. Without warning, the rear end of Sneeg's bike swung out to the side, and Charlie watched in horror as the rear wheel, which had previously hung suspended in the air just a few inches from the back fender, suddenly flew away from the bike like a catapulted Beyblade. "Fuck, fuck, 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 fuck!" Sneeg and Charlie shrieked in unison as the hoverbike gradually lost its upward momentum, and Charlie felt like he had just come to the apogee of the world's tallest roller coaster. Then the bike started to fall backwards. The vagabond's heart skipped a beat as the world began to blur around him, and the wind rushing past his ears sounded like the roar of an angry beast. He couldn't hear himself scream. Suddenly, the bike righted itself. Sneeg managed to pull the tumbling vehicle up before it could fall into an unstable flat spin, and quickly locked onto a nearby roof. The hoverbike glided over to it like a tiny plane with a stalled engine, but they were moving too fast to land properly. "When I say jump, fucking jump!" Sneeg yelled over his shoulder to his companion, who was just barely clinging to consciousness after the last desperate aerial maneuver. Before the hoverbike could crash directly into the flat surface of the roof, the renegade pulled up one last time, slowing their forward momentum. The nose of the vehicle was now straight up in the air, perpendicular to the oil-slicked cement of the roof a few meters below. "Jump! Now!" Charlie kicked off from the running board with all of his might, still clutching the half-assembled device close to his chest. As he tumbled toward the ground, he instinctively tucked his body into a roll, allowing the force of the impact to transfer into the roll itself rather than absorbing it through his legs and likely shattering them in the process. The renegade wasn't so lucky with his landing. Due to his already wounded state, he couldn't leap from the plummeting vehicle with the same strength as his companion, nor did he possess the agility required to soften his fall. He collided with the roof a short distance away from Charlie, crying out at the same time as an audible snap sent shivers down the vagabond's spine, and the momentum sent his body sprawling towards the edge. As the hoverbike smashed into the ground at an angle, the other wheel hurtled out from underneath the front fender, sending the rest of it careening over the side of the building to become one with the rubble and rot far below. Just before his companion met with a similar fate, Charlie dropped the amalgamate components to the ground, raced over, and grabbed Sneeg's arm, heaving him back up onto the roof. They collapsed on their backs onto the grime-covered concrete, in pain and exhausted, but miraculously still alive. Charlie's heartbeat felt like it was going to break his ribs open. Beside him, Sneeg's already labored breathing became more erratic. With tremendous effort, Charlie sat up and looked over at his companion, discovering with horror that the renegade's leg was twisted unnaturally to the side, the bones within obviously shattered, now completely beyond repair. No, 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 no. How did it all go so wrong? "Charlie?" Sneeg wheezed through gritted teeth. "The EMP. Where's the EMP? We can't—" He winced. "We can't have done this all for nothing." Charlie's eyes frantically scoured the rooftop until they located the glow of the power core that was still loosely attached to the other mechanical components he had dropped only moments ago. He crawled over to retrieve it, then returned to the side of his severely debilitated companion. "Here, it's here. We can still fix this. We can still get home," the vagabond said, voice frantic and wavering with emotion as he handed the contraption over, almost in an effort to convince himself of his own words. With great effort and an agonized groan, Sneeg sat upright and took the device in his hands, immediately setting to work on fixing Charlie's errors. From somewhere far below, a crescendo of clattering metal and animalistic huffing signaled the gradual ascent of the devourer. "He can't run up walls, but man, can he climb! We're running out of time." "It's nearly finished," Sneeg grunted. "Just do whatever you can to keep them at bay while I work. I'm not letting some goddamn busted leg get in the way of this. We're getting off of this goddamn rooftop, bringing Rambo to his senses, and getting the fuck out of here. The dark clouds that had been collecting above began to burst, showering the ruined city with precipitation that felt and smelled more like the dregs of a dirty dishwasher than normal rain. Instead of washing away the layer of oily ooze that appeared to coat every exposed surface, it rather seemed to add to it. Roiling thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. Charlie staggered slowly to his feet and cursed silently to himself, biting back a wave of anger. We're so fucking close. We'll finally be able to take back some control from Showfall. We just have to hold out until... A familiar whirring heralded the arrival of Charlie's renegade doppelganger. The vagabond turned around to meet his own face to face. The clone's hoverbike descended effortlessly down onto the rooftop, gliding down from the walls of the opposite skyscraper with ease. The vehicle landed with only a slight bounce from the electromagnetic suspension. With his scarred face set into a hard expression, and his deceased companion's pistol in hand, the clone dismounted from the saddle of the hoverbike. At this altitude, while atop the towering building's unsheltered roof, the surrounding skyscrapers provided little protection from the growing storm. The clone's cloak whipped around wildly in the rising wind as he stepped forwards. "Please don't make this harder than it already is," he said grimly, aiming the gun directly at Charlie. Something about his tone and demeanor had changed. I thought leaning into the RP aspect would make the ordeal a little easier for the both of us. I was wrong. Charlie raised a confused eyebrow. "RP aspect?" he repeated. The clone exhaled a pitying sigh. "Yeah. This is a game, after all. We're all just copies of the same guy, only with slightly different aesthetics. I see your player hasn't made that known to you yet." The vagabond's mind raced. What? I thought he had no idea what was going on. He seemed so fearful and clueless earlier on. What the hell is happening? Was it just an act? Why? I do know we're inside of a game. Sneak and I are trying to escape, to help the others escape as well. We're on the same side. The doppelganger shook his head sadly. In the same way that player characters in a PvP match are on the same side, sure. We may have the same overarching narrative goals outside of a match. In this case, to take down the big evil corporation and heroically save our friends, but we still have to slaughter each other for experience on the journey there. I had hoped that playing the part faithfully would allow you to cling to the belief that your death would mean something. What the hell is he talking about? But we're not characters. We've been drawn, or something. Sucked inside of a video game, maybe. But we're real, just like you. And that's exactly why I'm doing what needs to be done. The clone's face hardened. Hand over the EMP. I've got an abomination to kill and a level to complete. Charlie took a defiant step forward. I don't know what level you're talking about, but I can't let you take the device. We need it to help us all get out of this place, yourself included. No. Don't you understand? The doppel shouted back at him with a flash of sudden anger. The rules are not fair, but they are clear, and they are immutable. There can only be one winner. Only one of us gets to leave, and I won't be left behind. The charging hammer clicked into position. This isn't personal. Bang. Charlie had instinctively squeezed his eyes shut at the sound of the gunshot, bracing for the sudden fiery impact of the bullet that would tear through his brain, snuffing out his consciousness like a candle. When the pain didn't arrive after a few seconds, he blinked. He was fine. Behind him, something collapsed heavily on the floor. Charlie turned. The bullet had found its mark in Sneeg's skull. His body had fallen backwards from the impact, face up. One hand was resting on his stomach, and the other was outstretched to the side. The EMP device had fallen just a few inches away from his blood and oil-slicked hand. His eyes were open, but blank, and his expression was blissfully neutral, like he was daydreaming. No final words of encouragement, no dramatic, heroic ending. He was just gone. Charlie stared at Sneeg's lifeless face, and his own conveyed no expression. His body was numb, vacant, empty, just like the corpse at his feet. He fell to his knees beside his fallen companion. What was it all for? We came all this way, for what? Sneeg traded his life for a stupid device that won't even work. I'm stuck out here, alone except for my own distorted reflection, and a friend who has been twisted almost beyond all recognition, both of whom want to kill me, with no means of escape. Blood pooled out from the back of the renegade's head. As it mixed with the layer of slightly iridescent oil in the cracks of the concrete, it glinted slightly, forming a spiderweb of scarlet that reflected the light of a far-off stroke of lightning. If separated from the gruesome scene, it could have almost been beautiful in a macabre sort of way. The wet clunk, clunk, clunk of the clone's boots as he approached interrupted Charlie's brooding. "I'm sorry. I really am. But I need to go home too." The vagabond's lip trembled. Whether it was from despair or barely contained anger, he didn't quite know himself. "Even if you have to kill your friends and relinquish your humanity to get there?" The clone was really close to him now, almost at his shoulder. He looked down at Sneeg's body, mournful but resolute. "I'm not the monster you believe me to be. I'm just doing what I must to survive. Besides, I am you. You would have done the same, eventually." Charlie's eyes narrowed, and he refused to look up. "If you keep fighting, you'll only suffer more," the clone coaxed in a soft voice. "Just give me the EMP, and I'll make your end just as quick and painless. It's a mercy that you won't find elsewhere." An inferno of white-hot rage ignited within the vagabond's heart. Without warning, he reached into his boot and drew his combat knife, twisting himself around as he slashed at the clone's outstretched hand, accompanied by what can only be described as a primal war cry, fueled by grief and fury. "Shofal has taken everything from me. I'll die before I willingly give up the one thing that could allow me to take any of it back." The doppel cried out as the blade cut deeply into his forearm, slashing easily through the fabric and tearing into the tender flesh beneath it. He reflexively dropped the pistol to the ground and turned to face the vagabond, clutching his bleeding arm tightly to his chest. An almost proud smile was painted across his face. "Now you understand," he hissed. With his good arm, he clenched his knuckles into a fist and took a swing, aiming for the side of the vagabond's head. With fresh adrenaline pumping through his veins, Charlie ducked under the blow and took a swing himself. His knuckles connected with the renegade's gut, sending him stumbling back a few steps. The clone recovered quickly and threw his cloak to the ground, presumably deeming it too much of a hindrance to his maneuverability, and promptly dodged a second hit from the vagabond's fist. No longer seeming to care about the blood that was rapidly seeping from his arm, he uppercutted his opponent's jaw and followed the blow immediately with another swing to the cheek. Charlie's world spun as he stumbled. After spitting a clod of bloody saliva on the ground, he shook his head in an attempt to clear it. "That all you got?" he wheezed, knuckles white. The clone rushed at him, arms outstretched, ready to tackle him to the ground. At the last moment, Charlie sidestepped and attempted to drive his elbow into the clone's side, but the doppel was quick to react. The renegade grabbed Charlie's arm with one hand and twisted it, then brought his own hand down hard into a chopping motion onto the vagabond's wrist, forcing him to drop his knife to the ground with a clatter. As he shook out the pain in his wrist, the doppel socked Charlie in the gut, causing him to double over. With his opponent momentarily incapacitated, the clone stepped behind the vagabond, used one hand to wrench his head back by the hair, and put him into a chokehold with the other. Charlie clawed at the renegade's arm, gasping desperately for air, but the vice-like grip wouldn't budge. Before he could black out, he jammed his elbow as hard as he could into the clone's ribs. With a pained grunt, his grip finally loosened, giving Charlie an opportunity to take in a few precious gasps of oxygen and twist out of his grasp. The moment he was free, Charlie dove to the floor and snatched the hilt of his combat blade. His doppel went to swipe at him again, but Charlie anticipated the movement, strafing to the side in order to slash at the renegade's vulnerable midriff. As he cried out again, the vagabond kicked the back of his opponent's leg, sending him crumpling to his knees. As soon as the doppel was incapacitated on the ground, Charlie didn't hesitate to plunge the blade of his combat knife into the clone's back, forcing the air from his lungs. As the vagabond pressed the blade deeper and deeper into his mirror copy's flesh, the doppel wheezed, arching his spine in agony. When he was confident the blade had reached the clone's heart, he yanked it out unceremoniously and gave the body a shove. The doppel collapsed forwards onto the cement, already slick with blood and oily rainwater. Charlie kicked the body over so that it faced him, and stood there staring until the doppel's spasming finally stopped. There was something horrifically entrancing about watching the light fade from one's own eyes. The vagabond might have stayed there in the rain, standing for an eternity on a rooftop in a dead city, surrounded by empty utilitarian husks, soulless machinery, and the equally lifeless bodies of people he used to know, himself included, had one last living being not joined him atop the roof. Rambo was utterly drained. Back in the wreckage of the ground floor of the superstructure, where we had left Sneeg's mangled body, now buried under rubble and broken glass, he had come face to face with Hetch for the first time since he had been executed live on camera. The director's voice still seemed to echo in his ears, strident and omnipresent. He and another one of his endless posse of black-suited drones had descended on the back of another strange vehicle that was nearly identical to the one Charlie was forced to hide under to escape the deadly rain of glass shards that fell like daggers from above, following the arrival of a gargantuan monstrosity that had collapsed to the floor not a few moments earlier. A fight had ensued, during which Rambo did his best to eviscerate the man who had caused him and countless others so much pain, while simultaneously protecting his one remaining friend from being mauled to death by the great camera-headed abomination. He had nearly succeeded, up until the moment when the director, who was surprisingly physically agile, had managed to pin him to the ground with a piece of rebar. Rambo shuddered at the memory of Charlie approaching him, after he had managed to dispatch the titanic biomechanical creature by shooting it in its single grotesque eye. Unable to reach Hetch with his snapping jaws due to the metal bar that held his neck down, he could only watch as his friend raised his pistol towards him, without a hint of recognition or mercy in his eyes. Just like back in the heart of Chauffal's facility. Charlie had the same look in his eyes then, back before the Devourer existed, before the abomination had taken Rambo's place. It was Charlie who had started the transformation, weaving the first wires into his flesh. I forgave you then. Forgive me now, he had thought. Forgive me now, he had thought, as his fate was once again placed in Charlie's hands, all while under the ceaseless stare of the director. In a moment of desperation, Rambo had tried to communicate with him, a mostly fruitless endeavor, given that the only sounds his inhuman mouth could make were animalistic howls and mechanical chitters, although perhaps he had succeeded in conveying something to Charlie, as at the last moment before Charlie would have pulled the trigger, he had turned the gun on Hetch. It never was going to be that simple, of course. Hetch's suited henchman quite literally swept him off of his feet and onto that ridiculous-looking hoverbike, sparing him from taking Charlie's bullet in his chest. Rambo wasn't going to let them get away that easily, though. Now that the other abomination had been dealt with, and Charlie wasn't in any immediate danger, in fact, he posed more of a threat to Rambo than anything else did to him at the time, he proceeded to chase after the fleeing vehicle in an even greater frenzy than he had previously pursued Sneeg and Charlie with when his perception was skewed. Of course, Charlie wasn't going to let him go quite so easily after what he had done to Sneeg, either. When the Devourer galloped after the trailing cerulean light of Hetch's vehicle, leaping over piles of rubble and hazardous pieces of scrap metal in the road, Charlie began to follow, hot on his own heels, chasing after him on his bike like a mounted poacher after a prized beast. The predator, in hunting its prey, had become hunted itself. As the adrenaline flowed through his veins and the ruined metropolitan landscape rushed past in a blur of flickering neon lights and charred cement walls, the Devourer contemplated how it might cut off and corner its quarry. Hetch's vehicle took a sharp turn and disappeared down a narrow alleyway between two towering structures, and Rambo paused. If I go through the building rather than around it, I could block him from reaching the other end of the alley. If Charlie follows him on the same path, we can surround him. He may not recognize me as a friend, but he certainly recognizes me as an enemy of the director. I can work with that. The Devourer ran up to the window on the ground floor of the nearest building and used one of its solid metal hind feet to kick it inwards, then proceeded to sprint through the complex of what could have possibly been a mall at some point. The entire floor was lined with glass windows, making it easy to follow the bright blue light that emanated from the back of Hetch's vehicle. Within seconds, the abomination had caught up to and even passed the bike. Forgoing caution, it smashed through another window to land squarely in the middle of the alleyway, blocking the bike from moving any further forwards. Hetch's hoverbike skittered to a stop midway down the alley, around 50 meters or so from the Devourer's bared teeth. As it had hoped, Charlie's bike appeared at the other end, barring the director from going back the way he had come. Rambo watched intently as the two of them conversed, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Perhaps it was because the sound of glass shattering was still ringing in his ears, but he couldn't quite make out what they were saying. That was, until Charlie's voice suddenly rang out loud and clear in his ears, like it had momentarily been amplified somehow. I said no more people need to die. That he spat, making direct eye contact with the beast in the alley opposite him, is not a person. Rambo flinched as if the words were bullets. Everyone else already sees you for what you are. There's no need to continue to lie to yourself. Acknowledge the mantle you took up. He stared at his claws that were planted firmly on the ground, still stained with blood that was already becoming dark and discolored. He felt the weight of each digit and the phantom pain from the missing human half of his face and throat. He heard the faint crackle of electricity as it passed through the multicolored wiring that fused each metal appendage to the bruised and bloody flesh of his limbs. Adrenaline, oil, fear, code, guilt, wire, memory, metal, pain, light, hope. Here he was, a living amalgamation of flesh, blood, bone, gears, and cables, an insoluble mixture of man and machine, or a synergy of steel and sinew. Did it have to be a dichotomy? A mantle, a mask, a role, yes, but not an identity. I am not lost, merely augmented. Sublated, not negated. A shield and a weapon. I am not the person I once was, but still that person remains. Without who I was, I wouldn't be who I am. Without what you are, you wouldn't be here at all. You are more. I am more. I am. Distracted by its internal musings, the devourer did not process the sudden vertical movement of the director's vehicle in time to catch up with it. The electromagnetic suspension screeched as the bike began to drive up the wall of the building. Charlie didn't waste a single moment, and immediately began to chase after it. The devourer launched itself into a sprint, and leaped up into the air as high as it possibly could, but it was too late. Its claws just missed the rear wheel of the pursuing vehicle. Upon landing on its feet again, the devourer craned its neck upwards. A web of thick cables, rusted rebar, and rotted wooden beams jutted out in the narrow space between the two buildings. While it couldn't run up walls, it could still climb. Rambo jumped onto a nearby crate and used the added height to leap onto a thick metal bar a bit higher up, scrambling for purchase with his claws. He proceeded to clamber up a sheet of metal grating, jumping from it to another outstretched beam further above before it fell away and clattered to the ground below. As the devourer continued its laborious climb, little by little making its way upwards towards the rooftops, the throbbing pain in its shoulder returned with full force. Adrenaline was no longer keeping it at bay, and the contented feeling provided by the devourer's previous meal only succeeded in keeping it distracted for so long. Just a bit farther. Come on! Midway through its ascent, the sound of a gunshot reverberated about the towering walls of the alley. High above its head, the devourer saw a piece of the topmost vehicle fly away into the distance, causing the rest of it to lose momentum and start careening downwards. Did he do it? Did Charlie hit them? His momentary elation at seeing the director's vehicle tumble towards the ground was cut short, as the black-suited drone that was in control of it somehow managed to pull it out of its fall and glide it towards the opposite rooftop, only to crash loudly somewhere beyond Rambo's sight. Is it finally over? Far above, Charlie pushed his own vehicle off from the side of the taller skyscraper, letting it gradually descend towards where Hetch and the drone had crashed still some distance above the devourer. Only one way to find out. After a few more minutes of scrambling from outcropping to outcropping and beam to beam, something fluttering at the end of a jagged piece of metal near the rooftop caught Rambo's eye. It was a sage-green cloak with bright emerald accents. Charlie's cloak. Fuck, I'd better hurry. Come on, come on! At last, his arduous climb came to an end. With an exhausted grunt, and now sopping wet from the rain that had just started to pour, Rambo clawed his way over the edge of the roof atop the mangled superstructure. He collapsed for a moment, gasping for air through the gaps in his mask. It took so much effort to regain his breath that at first Rambo didn't fully register the scene in front of him. The first thing he processed was the smell of more freshly spilled blood. It filled the air, in spite of the gale-like winds and sudden deluge. The second thing was the comparative stillness, minus the downpour of the rain. Rambo glanced around. He immediately caught sight of Charlie's bike on one side of the flat roof, thanks to its bright neon trimmings, but found no sign of the director's crashed vehicle aside from a large dent in the concrete roof, already starting to overflow with oily rainwater. On the opposite side, towards the edge, A figure in a black suit lay splayed out on the ground with one of its legs twisted at an unnatural angle. Its face was turned away, but even from this distance, Rambo could see the pool of blood that had gathered around its head. There's Hetch's driver. At least that's one thing I no longer have to worry about. What concerned him most was a strange shape at the far side of the roof, obscured slightly by the torrential rain. He took a few cautious steps forward, keeping his body low to the ground, and stopped as the shape came into focus. Someone with a knife in one hand and some strange contraption in the other was standing over a body. A motionless body dressed in green, with familiar mousy brown hair and slate grey-blue eyes, glossed over and lightless. No, it was going so well. We got him. We were going to finish this. His vehicle fell. I saw it. I can't be too late. I can't. Not again. Not again. This can't keep happening. It just keeps happening. I can't. The devourer made an involuntary pained noise as it started to hyperventilate, alerting the standing figure to his presence. The visage of Hetch turned towards him with an almost cartoonishly wide grin spread across his face. As he spoke, his voice seemed to come from all directions at once. "You're too late, Quixote. Dulcinea is gone, remember?" He took a step forward. "Care to take a stab at another windmill? Or are you too afraid to trust what you see before you?" Another step. Rambo took a step back in turn, gaze passing frantically between the corpses on the ground and the vision of the director in front of him. "Come on," Hetch goaded him on. He even went so far as to drop the bloodied knife to the floor and stretch out his hands, visibly defenseless except for the weird device in his other hand. "You were supposed to be my leonine Achilles. Hector is right here before you, with Patroclus lying dead at his feet." Anger ignited a flame inside the devourer's chest, billowing outwards through its heart until it reached the very tips of its bloodied talons. It ceased its backwards retreat and stood firm, a growl rising from its throat. There's that spark of fury at last, that almost superhuman rage, that spark of pure wrath captured so rarely except at the acme of emotional response, when the heart and mind are pushed to their very limits. As the director continued to close the gap between them, his visage seemed to flicker between Hetch, a masked drone, Charlie, and Rambo's own face, like channels on a television. The devourer readied itself to pounce at the approaching figure, to finally be done with this flickering deception. "What are you waiting for?" the director hissed, barely a meter away. His manic smile somehow seemed to bear more teeth than the abomination's maw. The devourer lunged. A switch was flipped, and the world went white. Congratulations, player. You have completed levels 3 and 4. Total deaths, 1. Level 5. Hero variant, Vagabond. Companion variant, Renegade. Companion status, Defeated. Abomination slain, 2. Players defeated, 1. New active and passive skills unlocked from Renegade variant. Fluency in Morse code, electromagnetic engineering, long-range rifle proficiency, and land vehicle proficiency. Continue game.